Hello, hello. Thanks for joining, guys. So, I think you guys can tell from the title, it's a little bit different today. Different than what I had planned, different than what a lot of you guys probably think's happening tonight. So, guys, thanks so much for joining. First of all, thanks so much for joining. Thanks so much for coming on time. I know that this is not our normal time slot. This is because there's a lot of news happening today. There's a lot of things happening this evening. Um, that paired with the fact that I'm going to take some time off for my daughter's wedding, there will not be a sale tonight. We will just chat about some important things, and then I'm going to do some crafting. You guys can hang out and craft with me. So if you guys are in the mood for crafting, get out your supplies. There's just a couple things I wanted to quickly chat about, and then we're going to just hang out. That's kind of the plan for tonight. I just didn't want to not show up. I mean, I'm here, I'm doing stuff anyway, so I might as well turn the camera on. So that's what we're doing tonight. No live sale. With that in mind, I know last week I talked about doing a live sale tonight and tomorrow night, so neither of those are happening. No live sales this week. I will be here doing all my normal activities except for selling. It's just if I sell tonight, then I have to go through the sorting and the invoicing and the packing and the shipping. And I know with the wedding, I'm just not going to have time for a couple of weeks. So I don't know if it's a couple of weeks, but definitely not this week. So no selling this week. And if you guys, and I'm going to probably have to say this again, because that's what happens when I start saying if I give out the important information in the first, half an hour, people join later and they miss it. So bear with me if I have to repeat myself several times tonight, but no selling this week. Selling most likely will return next week, but I'm not sure. And it's just because my daughter's wedding, so I just want to take some time off for that. And I don't want to have like a whole bunch of orders sitting here when I'm super busy, with that kind of, family thing. So that's why we're not selling. However, when I do come back, we will have a multi-day sale. And it's just, I have a lot of inventory already here and prepped for what I was going to sell tonight, but I also have another shipment that's getting here any day now, and that will be here and processed and ready for you guys by the time I do start selling again. So there will be a ton of new stuff. Plus there's always a ton of new stuff that I have never showed you guys, because even though I'm doing a 5-hour live sale, it's just so much stuff that it's hard to get through it. So anyway, tonight is just crafting and chatting. There's some important like updates and that kind of thing I wanted to go over. There's still a tremendous amount of questions about like kit subscriptions, kits, shipping, how live sales work, all that kind of stuff. So I figured it's just easiest to come on and talk to you guys about all those things so that we all can, get the information. This is normally where you guys come to see me. So I figured if I show up here and address those questions live, then maybe that will be the best solution for getting the answers out there. But anyway, so tonight, if you have any questions, it's kind of like a no holds barred questions. If you guys have any questions, anything either funny, comical, serious, if you have any questions, you can go ahead and type them into chat and I will answer them tonight. If you guys want updates for your specific orders, I'll just give that information now. Everyone except for there are 11 or 12 people who have not been invoiced yet. Everyone else has been invoiced with the exception of, let me rephrase that. If you claimed a kit during a live, you have been invoiced for the kit as long as I had your information. If you claimed a kit outside of a live, I can only fill those when kits become available. And as of right now, kits are on waitlist only for March. So if you claimed a kit during one of the 2 live sales they were offered, you should have been invoiced. If you haven't been invoiced, it's because I don't have your information or I can't find your information. There's still probably 6 or 7 people who are in that scenario where I don't have your information. So that's it with kits. The other thing with kits is this kit will not start this Friday. This kit will start next Friday. That way everyone has a chance to get their kit. This Friday, I'm going to be here. We're going to do a crafting class, and it will be the mini journals. I have been trying to schedule those mini journals into our rotation. So this gives us an opportunity to do another project, something fun. And so mini journals will be, if you guys remembered, and I have them on the table too. I'll show you the cards I'm talking about, but if you remember the Italian paper company greeting cards, they were floral ones and like Valentine's Day vintage ones. If you guys got those, that's what I'm using to make the mini journals out of this Friday. I might also break out the Italian file folders. Let me save the Italian file folder journals for another craft with me, just because it's going to be too confusing and people are going to want them and I don't have them available right now. So let's just do the mini journals with the greeting cards this Friday. So a whole different project, has nothing to do with the March kit. You do not need the March kit. We're not making anything for the March kit. What we're going to do is a completely separate project. Mini journals out of greeting cards. If you don't have those Italian stationery company cards, which I will show you here in a minute, I have some left available. You won't receive them by Friday, obviously. I'm not going to sell them tonight, but I do have some left available in the Valentine's Day theme. Other than that, I don't have any left. And you can use any other greeting card for this mini journal. So you don't have to have those specific ones. You just need a greeting card, some kind of greeting card that you like the front of. You don't even have to do that. You could use a greeting card you don't like the front of. But what we're going to do is turn the greeting cards into mini journals. So that's what we're going to do on Friday. Friday, it starts at 7 p.m. Eastern time. And so that's what's happening Friday. Tonight, I'm just chatting with you guys. I have a couple things we're going to get to. And then basically, I'm just going to hang out and craft because I want to hang out with you guys. And I know today is kind of like it's a very political day. There's a lot of political news. And so crafting is just kind of that relaxing, mellow activity. So let's do that instead of worrying about everything else in the world, right? Forget the bookmaking. You want to see the dress. I think she wants to see her dress too because her dress is not done yet. So she's getting a little antsy about that. She had to have custom alterations and it is not finished yet. It is not finished on time. So I think she's getting a little stressed about the dress too, but I have faith everything will be fine. So my dress for the wedding, well, I don't know. It's just a normal dress. It's just a normal, nice, formal dress. That's what my dress is like. Well, I'm glad that you guys are jumping on. Like I said, it's not a sale tonight. It's just crafting and chatting. Crafting does help the world with stress. Yes, it does. Oh my gosh. So many more things to pray for than the dress. It's okay. We're okay with that. So, yeah, I'm just going to take this week of no selling. If it spills over into next week, I'll come on and let you guys know that. But for right now, just this week, just so that I can, plus there's a lot of emails to get caught up on. There's a lot of other tasks that need to be dealt with. So it just kind of gives me that breathing space to do all of the other things that you guys don't ever see behind the scenes too, So all of that. Yeah, I'm super excited for the wedding. She's super excited for the wedding, obviously. Getting very, very close now. And so we're just in that home stretch of, waiting for the day, I guess. But it's going to be a beautiful day and I'm so looking forward to it. And there is those little pinges of, a mother giving away her daughter, but that kind of a thing happening. It's okay. I can survive it, I think. I'm giving her away to a very nice young man. So all good there. A nice surprise. Little crafting instead. Yeah. So anyway, as far as like updates, everyone has been invoiced except for 10 or 11 people, unless I don't have your information. Or if you claimed a kit outside of a live sale. If you claimed a kit outside of a live sale, I can only fill those if I have kits available, which at this point we're on wait list only. If you ever watch a live sale and you email me and you try to buy something after that, if I said an item was available, that's the only item available after the fact. So that's also been kind of a question where a lot of people like to buy, but they didn't come to the actual live. And it's just it's too hard to do all of those requests. Right now, I just literally don't have the manpower, the physical power to handle all of that. So for the time being, I only sell during the live part of it, except for occasionally there's an item that is left over, it doesn't sell, or, I have something where I have, 10 or 15 of or whatever. I'll always tell you in the live if it's still available. If I say it's still available, as of that moment it was available, that doesn't mean somebody else hasn't claimed it or whatever, but really there's only a couple things every night. In the future, there will be other ways for you to purchase, but for right now it is limited to just Etsy and the live sales. In the future there'll be something different. Hello Teresa, thanks for joining. Hello Christelle. Hello Mary. Hello Lisa. Hello Shelly. Hello Lori and Nicole. And let's see who else is in here. We got a whole bunch of people just now. Sally is here. Marcella is here. Jody is here. Hello. Marlene and Paula and Passionate. I forget your first name. Faith Ann is here. And Brenda is here. Hello, guys. Hello. And Maria. Hello, Maria. Welcome, guys. Welcome, new people. This one isn't a live sale. It's just like chatting and crafting. Normally on Tuesdays, I have a live sale. So that's what 90% of people are going to be here for. But we're just going to chat and we're going to craft. And in a few minutes, I'm going to switch the camera down and we're going to get started. I have a couple unfinished journals that I'm just going to finish up with you guys live. And then they're not the blue ones, they're different ones, older ones that I've been working on. So I'm going to finish those ones up. We're just going to make some ephemera, some general stuff tonight. Very relaxed, slow crafting. It was not really planned, like nothing has been pre-planned other than I have some projects I need to finish, but that's really it. Hello, Lena. Hello, Cheryl. Hello, Soldier Mom. Hello. Hello, Teresa and Alice and Deborah and Carrie G. I don't know who I've said hello to and who I haven't now. Okay, so guys, do you guys have any questions for me? Anybody have questions about live sales, about how things work, about anything in general? Do you guys have any questions at all? If not, I'm going to switch the camera down. We're going to get started. Doesn't mean you can't ask later, but I just figured I'd ask right now if you guys had any questions. I do ship to the UK. I do. I ship all over the world, as long as my country can ship to your country, because there's some countries where we're not able to ship to, but as long as I can, then yes. Cleaned up your mess. As soon as I clean up my mess, I have to make a different kind of a mess. It's either like clearing off the desk from filming videos, clearing off the desk from some crafting that I was doing off camera, clearing off the desk from packing or live sales or something. In the future, I'll have different desks for those activities, but for now, I'm sharing. As soon as I clean up too, and I'm sure this is similar for you guys, as soon as I clean up, I lose things. And so I don't know how it happens, but it's like little gremlins come in. And in my attempt to make things cleaner and, organized, it always, you just lose something. Something disappears and you're like, where was that? Where was, a pair of scissors or whatever. So I don't know. That's how it goes for me. Cleaning off the desk. Exactly. That is true. And then, cleaning off the craft mat, wiping the glue off, the ink, all that kind of stuff. My journals, I am going to have some available in the very near future. I have 3 that are done. Basically, I'm adding the couple last things to them tonight. And then the 3 of the blue ones that I am working on, those in the next week or 2 weeks at most, and only because my daughter's wedding. But other than that, I should have 6 or 7 available within the next 2 weeks because they're done. I have the 3 that are here. Those were done like, I don't know, 6 months ago, a year ago. I don't know. Those were done a long time ago, and they've just been sitting here because I haven't had time to finish them. So anyway, very soon there'll be some. And then for journals, I usually just sell them to people who are already on a list, or people claim them during a live. You can claim a journal. I don't want to say at any point, but you can claim a journal. And if you claim one, then, you know, if it's available, it's yours. Sometimes they offer them during the live sales. I haven't ever had to list one on Etsy yet, but you know, if they go unclaimed, then they go to Etsy. That's me. That's exactly right. Can't find it after I clean. I would love time to redo all of my rooms and storage and everything. I just am so busy. I don't have time to organize, but in the near future, I'm going to have to actually take more time off just to reorganize everything, because a lot of things need moved from room to room. Hello, Sandy. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so hello, Leanne. I don't see any other questions, so I think we're just going to get started with crafting. It's like unplanned, so it's completely just spur of the moment crafting. If I went in my craft room and I sat down and I said, let's make something, that's what tonight is. It's not planned and it's not part of, sorry, notification. It's not planned and it's not part of any kit. So for those people who are new, here's what happens on this channel all the time. So tonight is kind of a rare thing, like this doesn't happen usually. So all the time on my channel, there's a video that releases every morning, and it's part of the 365 days of junk journal ideas. So I started it the first of the year. Every morning I do a 15 to 20 minute video where I teach you guys, like, really just boom, 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 get this done kind of a video where we make something. We either talk about making a journal, we talk about a technique, we make pieces of ephemera, like endless pockets and tags and journal cards, and they're all different ideas. I don't repeat the same idea. So right now we're on day 63 of that series, and so it'll go the whole rest of the year, probably beyond that, but for right now it's 365 days, so it will go all the way till December 31st. That's the daily video. On Tuesdays, I do a live sale that starts at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Tuesday. So that's why people are here tonight, because it's our normal time together. And in that live sale, I sell all the old stuff that you guys see behind me here, the ledgers, ledger pages, books, antique books. Everything that I sell is vintage and antique for the most part. And everything is relating to junk journal supplies or antique ephemera. There's collectors of ephemera, and then there's people who make journals and other kinds of artists, mixed media artists, that kind of thing. That's Tuesday. And then Friday, I always do a free junk journal class, like junk journal making class, where we have been working through the monthly junk journal kits. So in addition to everything else, there's a monthly physical journal kit that you could purchase, and those are different themes every month. So this month for February, we had the beautiful blue French beauty journals. Those ones, we finished making them on camera together, and now we're going to start working on the March kit, which is botanical field notes. So it's a different style of cover, different pages inside, different whole process. And so that's what we're going to work on the Fridays throughout March, with the exception of this Friday. We will be doing a little mini journal class on Friday. And if you want to have supplies prepped for that, it's just any type of greeting card. Or if you don't have a greeting card, a piece of cardstock will work just fine. And I'll talk about, when we do it on Friday, I'll show you the different ways to make a mini journal without having a greeting card, with having a greeting card. Many of you will have exactly the same supplies I have, because I sold the greeting card packs. So that's kind of the schedule for the channel. If you want to purchase anything, you just need to be present during the Tuesday live sales. I do have an Etsy. It is linked in the description box below the video. There are select few things over there. There's a lot of lace and that kind of stuff, but as far as French paper or books, I mainly do that in the live sales, just because I haven't had the time to physically sit down and list the thousands of things that I have that are antique and French. Most of my stuff comes from France. I buy it over there, ship it over here, and sell it here so that we can do US shipping. I'm located in Arizona. Friday is 7 p.m. Eastern time. So the schedule is always the same. It's Tuesday at 6 and Friday at 7. I'm in Arizona, so my time will change this time with you guys because I adjust when I go live to meet your schedule. But it's 6 p.m. on Tuesday Eastern time and 7 p.m. Tuesday on Eastern time. I'm sorry, 6 p.m. Tuesday Eastern time and 7 p.m. Friday Eastern time. So I will adjust my schedule to meet wherever you guys are located. In the East Valley in Arizona, so Phoenix metro area, but that's a very big area if you're familiar. So anyway, that's where we do things on this channel, Tuesdays and Fridays, and then every morning that short video. Again, my links are all in the description box. The Facebook group is called Junk Journal Makers. It's linked at the top of the description box. So if you want to join the Facebook group, all of my information is also usually over there. Although I make the Facebook group mostly about you guys and less about, I really put a lot of effort into making it less about me and more about you guys. I am kind of like, I'm running into a couple problems in the Facebook group. One of them is just needing admins, and I know a lot of you guys have volunteered to help me. And while I am not selling this week, that is one of the things I will be handling, is getting those admins into the Facebook group and getting them going. But the other reason, the Facebook group, I don't post my daily makes in there. I don't advertise, other than like I put my links to the Tuesday sale and I put my link when I'm going live, but I really don't, like, I don't sell into the Facebook group. I don't, daily bombardment. I don't do that. I want the Facebook group to be about you guys and what you're making, and you're able to link your YouTube channel in there as long as you show a picture of whatever you've made for your YouTube video. It just basically can't be a thumbnail. I'm totally encouraging you to post your YouTube in there. All I ask is that you show people in the Facebook group something pretty to look at, something inspiring that makes them want to go click on your YouTube link to, subscribe to your channel and to watch your videos, right? So you can post your YouTube stuff in there. You can post your Etsy's in there as well, but same thing applies, is you got to show a picture of whatever it is that you're advertising for your Etsy. So if you sell junk journals, first of all, you can sell directly in the Facebook group. So if you have a junk journal and you made it, you can post that junk journal for sale directly in my Facebook group. My Facebook group is a lot of members of my live sale, which I have, I run a very large live sale. So that is a great place to sell items, and it's just between you and the buyer. I don't ask for anything. It is literally just a great place for you to advertise something that you are selling. It's just handmade items only. So if you have a journal you've completed, or you've made a needle book, or you've made a quilt, or whatever it is that you've made, you're able to post that item directly for sale into my Facebook group. You don't have to link Etsy's. You don't have to do any of that. You just literally post it for sale in there. And then if you have an Etsy and you make, like pockets, or I don't know, whatever you make and sell in there, you make candles, post a picture of the item that you're trying to sell and then say, here's my Etsy shop. And then they can go to your Etsy shop and buy it there. And then same thing for YouTube. Just show the group what it is that your video is about. Like if you've made a video and you are showing them how to make a pocket, just show the pocket. That way they are enticed to click on your link and go to your YouTube. And I do that for the sole purpose of avoiding the feed in the Facebook group of being nothing other than link, 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 because it is so easy to just share that thumbnail from YouTube. And so if I don't request a picture, it's just thumbnail, thumbnail, thumbnail. And that's not very fun to like go to a group and just see that kind of content. People join groups and they pay attention to groups because they want to see beautiful pictures of junk journals. It's a junk journaling group. They want to see things that maybe inspires them or gives them an idea of something that they can make themselves. So that's why I asked for the picture. And if you've made the video, chances are you have a picture, you've already grabbed a picture, screenshot, whatever. You can just lay the item out on the table and just take a quick picture. That's all I'm asking for. And it's just to keep that feed in the Facebook group looking nice and everyone can enjoy it, right? So that's kind of the thing with that. I never ask you guys to, like, you know, I don't ask anything of you guys that I wouldn't be willing to do for myself in another Facebook group. So that's that. And in the Facebook group too, let me also say, even if you are not interested in selling, I mean, the Facebook group is not for selling specifically. It's for people who love junk journals, whether you love buying them, whether you love the idea of making them, or whether you like to make them, or you're trying to make them, or whatever. And I say trying because we have a lot of new people and they're just trying to get that process started of making a junk journal. So it's great to go in there and post just a picture. Like if you've sat down in your craft room tonight and you're crafting with me, go ahead and pull your phone out, take that quick little picture of whatever it is you were working on. Finished product, not finished product, doesn't matter. Just take a picture of whatever you were working on and say, hey, I made a bookmark today. Hey, I made a lace pocket today, whatever. The Facebook group is so full of genuinely nice and caring people because I make it be that way. I don't allow any kind of rudeness. I don't allow jealousy. I don't allow drama. The Facebook group is for supporting each other, being kind to each other. So when you post your work in there, you are going to get people who say your work is beautiful. They love it. They might ask questions about it or how you made it or something like that. And it's just a great way to build those friendships. And also, you know, if you have like a question and you're not sure if you should use pink lace or you should use blue lace, it's a way that you could post that question and get people to instantly tell you their opinion on it. Some people like that. It's just a whole bunch of different things. But the point of the Facebook group is really for junk journal makers, not my business page. I have a separate business page. I don't really use it, but I kind of keep a very low profile. I try to keep a very low profile in the Facebook group. Let it be more about you guys. Because obviously every day I could be like, oh, here's my YouTube link for my video today. And here's this that I found. And here's this for sale. But I just don't do it because I feel like you guys are generous enough with me with your time. And so let the Facebook group be about everyone else. It is a good group. Thank you guys for saying that. And also in the group, every Thursday, there's a post that comes out. It's automated and it is a throwback kind of thing, like show a picture of something that you've made in the past. So your post in the Facebook group could be something you made 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Nobody knows that but you, and it doesn't matter. It's just sharing things. So when you share a picture of something you made, you are going to get the love because people are going to love it and say how nice it is and how beautiful or whatever. They're going to give you positive, encouraging feedback. But the other thing is posting helps other people. Posting a picture of your work, even if this person never says anything and you don't ever hear this, people that see your picture, it inspires them. It says in their brain, they see you and how you made this pocket and they're like, wow, you know, I have something similar to that, like a piece of cardstock that's similar. I wonder if I could make something like that. And then they sit down and they try to make it. And so it just keeps that inspiration going for all of us. And every single artist, crafter, maker, whatever, at some point in their career or their whatever you want to call it, they lose their mojo and they just need a little inspiration. And so it really does help other people to post your work as well as yourself. Hello, Karen. There's no live sale tonight. There's just crafting and chatting. And so I'm just about finished with the chatting and I'm going to flip the camera down and then we're going to get started. Let me go ahead and do that so that you guys don't have to just stare at me. And then we will get started. And I need to turn down the brightness a little bit too. My cameras, I should have turned it down before I started. My cameras are always changing their settings and I have to have one setting for filming the 365 videos and one setting for doing this kind of content. So it's really weird. Okay, so these are the cards, the greeting cards. These were the greeting cards that many of you guys will have. And let me adjust the autofocus too. Sorry. Yep. There we go. Okay, so these were the greeting cards that many of you guys had. These are the Valentine's ones that I have a couple sets left of. They were sold in 4-packs, but what we're going to do is we're going to turn these into mini journals. So it's just a basic greeting card, right? Like these are obviously extra beautiful, extra vintage. And this is Florentine paper from the factory in Italy. If you guys are looking for Florentine paper, it is nearly here. I have tracking. It is coming in the next few days. So that will be happening right when we get back from break. But so anyway, these are Florentine paper greeting cards. Any greeting card will work. You can see we're just going to make a mini journal in here, but it's fun and it's cute. We can bind it with ribbon. You don't have to poke holes, or you can poke holes. I'll probably bind it a variety of different ways. That way you guys can kind of, see that process too. Maybe you want to put holes in it. Maybe you want to bind it with ribbon or seam binding or something else. So I'll probably do that. We'll talk about some different closures. Obviously, we're going to fill it up and make it, full of pages. You could do these as little gifts. That's what I'm planning on using mine for. I really need to make them because I need to give them out. But basically, they're just going to be little journals, mini journals. We can decorate the cover if you don't like the cover of yours. These ones I did a while ago they were right before Valentine's Day. And these are the everyday ones. These are the everyday Italian Florentine ones. So you can see, like, you wouldn't even really have, if your greeting card was beautiful, you really would not even have to decorate much of the cover. You could add like a little label or a little, something to embellish it. And then if I bound this one with like crinkly seam binding with a little bow on the outside, that would be really beautiful. But this is what I'm using. Just a greeting card. It's a thick, sturdy, thick, sturdy cardstock greeting card. But, in the back, we'll cover up all the barcodes and whatever. We'll make them vintage looking. We can add fun little inserts like glassine bags and whatever. You can see that they have a little bit of like vintage gold to some of them. So that's what I'm going to do on Friday. Mini journals from greeting cards. If you do not have a greeting card, a piece of cardstock will work. You might want to pick out some pretty patterned cardstock, or just a plain cardstock that you want to glue a digital on or print a digital on cardstock. Any of that kind of stuff will work. Most of us probably have a vintage greeting card somewhere in our stash if you don't have these Florentine ones. But we're going to make mini journals on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, so that's that for Friday. And then, because we will be one class short for March, I will do one class on Saturday during March. I just have to figure out which Saturday. My daughter's getting married on a Saturday, so I'll figure out which Saturday and let you guys know in advance. But there will be plenty of time for us to finish the March journal. And now that we're skipping this Friday, it gives the mail plenty of time to get you guys your kits. I do apologize for it being a hectic time this time. I did kits differently this time. I offered a subscription. It really did kind of delay things. And also the kits for March, I put way too many pieces in them, and it just took forever to build those kits. They were very pretty kits that I love, but very unfun to build. So I'm still building a few more. I'm waiting on a supply to get delivered, and then I will be able to build a few more for people on wait list. But other than that, the kits come out every month. They come out on the 15th. So there will be a new kit debuted in a live sale around the 15th, even if I have to pop on just to do a kit, because I might not be selling other things, but I will pop on to do the kit. And then for those of you on subscription, so if you signed up for the March subscription, it covers the rest of 2025. And so your April kit that comes out around the 15th of March, you will be sent a request to confirm that you want the subscription. And from there, subscription will start automatic after that with the April kit. So the March kit was a standoff. The April kit should be available for you guys to see around the middle of March. And then we will talk about and get the auto billing set up from April going to the rest of the year. Anybody have any questions on that? Soldier Mom, if you put in a request for waitlist, there may be one. So we have a lot of new people, and sometimes you know, for one reason or another, somebody might change their mind. Some people don't pay their invoices. I am going to build some more. I'm just waiting on a supply, but once that gets, I'll be able to fill some of the wait list, and there might be some left over at that point. So if you want one, just put in an email request, but put in the subject box of your email kit request. Say March kit request or March kit or something, because when it comes time to fill those wait lists, I'm going to try my hardest to go in order. But if I can't find you, you know, I might miss you. So just make sure you put March kit in there. I'm not anticipating a ton of them, but there may be a few. And I appreciate that. Thank you so much for seeing it's pretty and you like it. And I'm super excited to get started with them because I am in the botanical spring frame of mind. So anyway, these are old journals. Um, they were a kit at one point. The covers are not done. The covers have a topper that goes on them, which is what I'm going to do first here. But these were a kit. The kit was, it included this vintage, it's grandma's flower garden pattern, hand stitched quilt. It was from like the 20s or 30s, I believe. And I cut up the old quilt into covers, you know, cover size pieces. I made mine. So every kit that I release, I make 3 journals of that kit myself. So for the March Botanical, I will be making 3. I do that out of usually leftover supplies, which is why the 3 of these journals, this is actually, this one is the largest, this is the medium, and this is the small. And so that's why these 3 are different sizes, because I just had random pieces left over. I never take supplies for myself that one of you might want. So I usually craft with just leftover things or pieces of paper that are already torn or whatever. I mean, sometimes I use new stuff, but that's because I also have enough for you guys. But anyway, these were a kit from a long time ago. They're antique quilt. Inside of them, they just have a bunch of different fun papers. I made these with such fluffy, thick signatures, and I could get away with it because if you look at the spine of this, this is technically a single signature journal, but you can see my spine is an inch at least, maybe an inch and a quarter wide. But because I used an antique quilt, you can build a single signature with that wide fat spine. If I was doing like the blue journals that we just did, there is no way that you would get this fat of a signature in there because a hardcover single signature will really only hold, you know, 20 pages roughly, but this one has a lot more than that. So I will do a flip through of these with you guys, but it's just full of a bunch of fun different things. I'm going to start out by putting the toppers on these, and then I'm just going to continue to do, they're nearly done. They have ephemera in them and everything else, like they're nearly done. I'm just going to finish them up tonight, and then these 3 are available. So let's get started. Let me get my rubber bands put away. Actually, I'm going to need those. I'm going to need a lot of them actually, because when I put the toppers on, I like to rubber band it to squish that glue down. On the covers of them, what I started out with on the cover, because it was just the quilt. I'm trying to find one. I put stuff on the back, but it was just the quilt for the cover. And then I started doing some embellishing. So I added, each one of them has a nice piece of antique or vintage hand done crochet lace at the bottom. Most of this was cut off of like pillowcases or some other kind of tablecloth, table runner, whatever. And then I started with some vintage embroidery. So I fussy cut vintage embroidery pieces. So I cut out this little panel right here, and I cut out this panel. And this one I also cut out bits and pieces. The panel part is down here in this one, and then up here at the top. And so I put on that, and then I started doing some layering work with, there's doilies on here, and then there's yo-yos, there's more little doily pieces. So I just started collaging, doing a fabric collage. These guys up here have littler ones. And then on top of all of this, not covering it up completely, but definitely covering a lot of it, is the topper. The toppers are right here. And I did forget that I wanted to sew around them. Well, one of them is sewn around somewhere, because one of them, so this is what they're going to look like. I did want to sew. That is why they've been sitting here for 6 months. This one is sewn around. So the toppers, these were old journal cards that I had made. They were just in my stash. This one is sewn with black, and that is not my preference. That was done a long time ago. Now I sew everything with like a tea-dyed color thread. So I am going to sew these two before I glue them on. But this one needs inked around, and then it's going to go right on the top right here, just like that. And so I'm going to glue it down with Fabri-Tac because I'm going over these yo-yos right here, and they're kind of dimensional, pushing it up. I'm going to glue it down right there. I may need to add a piece of doily or something else to kind of build it up to the same height as those yo-yos. So I want to put it where I can see the yo-yo. I want to put it where I can see the yo-yo around it, but I also want to see my little embroidery work up here at the top. So I'm going to position that on there and glue that on, and that's going to be the cover piece. This is the cover piece for this one. And again, I want to be able to see all of that. So that's going to be that girl. And then this is this one. And so this one, I've got that basket back here at the bottom. So really, you're going to have to scoot her up and over or something like that. But you get the idea. It's just hints of embroidery there and there. And then on the inside of these, again, because they were old quilt, I sewed in pockets when I sewed around my cover. So because I cut up an actual, antique quilt, you needed to sew around the edge of it to kind of keep your quilt from just continuing to come apart. So I machine sewed around all around the cover before I started my process. And when I sewed around the cover, I sewed in this pocket. This one is just a piece of embroidery. This actually is available. This embroidery that I use for the pocket is available by the yard in my Etsy. And then here was just another little fussy cut embroidery piece that I just put there. I thought it was cute. And so there's a nice generous pocket front and back because I sewed that pocket in. But you can see, there's just a whole big bunch of yumminess in here. All kinds of ephemera, a couple little things that need paper clipped in. I mean, there's just tons and tons of stuff in these ones. These ones are the fattest journals I've done. They have the most pages in them that I've done of single signatures. But there's just a big old bunch of fun in here. And lots of fun, pretty, happy papers. These are perfect for springtime. So I am, I guess, finishing them finally at the right time. And so you can see I've glued eyelet down on the sides of the pages, and this is actually a little tuck right here as well. Some super fun scrapbooking paper and printed digitals and just all different kinds of fun things in there. Little paper clip at the top. And this just goes in there. Lots and lots of fun. So just a ton of things. Vintage. The whole theme was vintage. We did some vintage Sears catalog. We did some prints on vellum. We did like vintage recipe stuff. There's a hinged flip out. Little over the page, little envelope there. This is some blackberry dyed paper that I made a long time ago. Some maps. This is just stenciled scrapbook paper. Little tall tag in that pocket. The digitals in this one are Rachel Roxy Creations. This is a vintage recipe card that someone had typed up. So it's just very vintage and pretty, a vintage flower seed envelope. And so that's kind of what we got. Different little pockets in this one too. And I've got the stair step effect going into the front and coming out at the end. So there's all that. And that's basically what they look like. There's a little hidden journaling spot down here. It's actually a little scrappy pad. Got a couple pages of paper there. And it just folds up like you really don't even know it's there. Got lots of fun little things tucked in the little pockets. So yeah, that's those. Well, that's that one. But you get the idea now. Darn it, I wish I would have sewn around those. I probably could get it done in like 3 minutes. But let's do this one that I've already got the black sewing around the edge. And then those will be done. I need to grab some seam binding to do the closure too. So they're just going to get tied with seam binding, but you can see I've already got lace on my page edges. There is some lace in here. I might come in and add some more lace at the bottoms of pockets, but they're really done. in all honesty. They just need that topper put on, which I've been saying I was going to do forever. So if you guys want one of these journals, you are welcome to just, you can, I don't normally sell during the crafting, but this is a Tuesday. So if you guys want me to type them in, I will type them in. If you want to buy one, I have never done it that way, but let's do it. I guess if you guys want to do it, they need to find new homes because they have been sitting on a stack of digitals right there. And yeah, they need to get new homes. But anyway, we can work on them too. So if you're interested in these, let me put them in order with their toppers so you guys can actually see them. Like I said, there's a small, a medium, and a large. And when I say large, the large is really large. This one goes here. Did I mess this up again? I think it goes like this. So the large one is, I think she does go there and she goes there. I have to think about that. No, it's like that. Okay. So the large one, this is the largest one right here. And it's really a large cover. Inside you have quite a bit of room, like all the way around it. It's a nice big fluffy cover with a big embroidery pocket. You guys want me to do little flip throughs? Yes, okay. It may just be one person who wants one, but I can go ahead and do it. This is the one that we just flipped through. This one here. Is it? Maybe it's not. Let me peek. It is the one we just flipped through. So this is the largest one. It measures, this guy measures, I'm just going to call it at 11 inches because that's like where the cover stops. It's like 10 3/4. 10 3/4 by 6. And like I said, he's got kind of a 1 1 1/4 inch, 1 inch or 1 1/4 inch spine, depending on how much you squish that. So that's that guy. The next one is this guy here, and he is just 10 inches even. 10 by, I'm going to say 5 3/4. 10 by 5 3/4. And then the small one is 9, just over 9. It's like 9 1/8 by 5 3/4. And really the signatures are pretty much the same. They're different, but they're pretty similar. We went through this one. I'll kind of quickly flip through this one. This one has a paper doily. So it's got this big eyelet pocket, paper doily. It's got stenciling. Everywhere that was white was stenciled just because, you know, I don't like to leave a white page, but it's got fun little pockets and little inserts. There's a vintage postcard in there. And then it's just fun. Got all kinds of fun little things. This guy's going to go over the page right there. Little seed packet. And then this is the scrappy notepad for this guy. Each one of them has a scrappy notepad with lace at the top of it. And then we've got coffee dyed paper, and then the vintage recipe card, vintage recipe page, the blueberry or blackberry dyed paper. That one's blackberry. Then some scrapbooking paper, some vintage children's dictionary. There's some antique ledger and a handmade tag in there. This is a pink vellum print on this one. So they're all different, but this is just more vintage and fun with happy, fun colors. Lots of embroidery. The theme was obviously some sewing, some embroidery. So you've got little bits of embroidery all over in this journal. Lots of botanicals and florals. Nothing is Easter or anything like that, but there were some little garden bunnies. This is the center part of this one, and you've got some little pieces of ephemera in here. And this little tag clips on there. And then it's got the same little eyelet pocket. There's this pocket here. Just fun, super fun and super cute. This is avocado dyed paper. There's some journaling cards and paint chips and stuff tucked in that belly band. So they're very similar to each other. I'll show you all of them quickly and then we will get to it. I love this girl on that tag. So cute. I don't know if she's one of mine or if she's somebody else's. I'll have to look into that because I want to use her again. She's so cute. This clips to this page right here. There's a recipe card, a fun little pocket. This is an over the page. We just did those for the blue journal. Over the page topper there, and another big pocket back here. So that was that one. And then here's the small, and I'll go quicker through the small because it's pretty similar. You'll see. We open up to this beautiful little birdie page. You've got, I'm kind of leaving myself no room here. This is the topper for this one, and it's just got tag up there. This is a piece of antique ledger tucked back here, and then you've got some little ephemera pieces. This is the vellum piece, just some random pages. There's a large fairy tag in there, a cluster decorating that. This got little teapots and teacups. I love that paper. I don't know where that paper came from, but I do love it. Fun little pocket. This is blueberry lace paper. So it has blueberry dye with lace on it. All kinds of fun journal cards and stuff tucked in there. There's that one. Marcella, you were first to ask, so when I tell you a price, don't feel obligated, but you'll get first choice because you were first to ask. But don't feel obligated. I had not really done it this way before, but usually I just film a flip through and then people, claim it that way, or people have already pre-claimed. But this one has, so the small one has this little Tim Holtz piece of ephemera. It's an album, and it's usually just a journal card. But what I did to it is I made it an actual album that you can it has copy dyed paper you can write in. So it's kind of like a journal card, but it's just kind of glued in here like that. And then it's got little album pages where you can write in it. And then back here in the back, it's just got some little decoration, so it's not plain back there. But that was that, and that's on just the back of an envelope. This is the envelope, and I sewed it in the signature with this, the signature strings. And there's that. Cute, cute. I'm remembering making these, and this was fun. I love just this kind of crafting. It's more freeing for me. It's more fun. I don't have to stick to super, super Victorian. It's just more fun. I get to use some brighter colors. Like these are all pastels, but a little more brighter colors than my traditional neutral, right? So anyway, super cute. I love these. I need to start keeping one of each of the journals that I make because I do plan on, I have a event coming up that I plan on exhibiting some of my journals at. And so I really should consider starting to keep some of them for when I go there so that I can show people things other than like, just ephemera bundles or whatever. So small, medium, and large of those. Okay. I am a little early tonight. It's because we're not doing live sale. I mean, I'm about ready to sell these journals, but it's not a live sale. It's just hangout. Just hangout. Oh, this kit was last year. Yeah. We'll have something similar. I know we have another quilt cover journal coming. It's not like this, but it's coming this year. Okay, so the price for the journals, keeping in mind I need to finish them. So in the next week or so, I'll have them completely finished. They will have seam binding, crinkled seam binding closures through the eyelets. So that will be the closure. There might be a couple other pieces of ephemera I'll tuck in, but probably not. Usually the journals come with a little fun packet of just a couple things to play with paper-wise and stuff like that in the journal. So just seam binding closure, and you guys can see kind of where I'm going with the toppers there. So they are $225. That is the standard price for a fully decorated journal. So whether you choose, it doesn't matter. They're all the same number of pages roughly, and they're all the same number of pieces of ephemera. Really the difference is whether or not, you like more of this is kind of tall. I'm not going to say it's skinny, but it's definitely a taller cover. And then, so you guys can choose if you want. It'll be the large, the medium, and the small. Marcella, if she wants one, again, don't feel obligated. She can choose which one she wants. If they don't go here, I will just hang on to them for a little bit until I do the final flip through video, because that's where usually people are used to claiming them for me. But let's go ahead and do this. I'm just going to type in journals. Let's just do it. Journals. They're $225, and choice of size. And there's the go. So for new people, this is kind of how my live sales work, where I just do right in chat. That's how you normally purchase. So if anyone wants one, you can go ahead and claim it. If you don't want one, that's okay. No big deal. I wasn't planning on doing it. So we'll just hold on to them until I do the final flip through of them, because I will make a video showing you everything once it's finally finished. And then from there, you know, people usually claim or whatever. But those are the 3 of the oh my gosh. It has been so much fun making these though. Okay, so we're going to finish the small one and put the topper on. These 2, I'm just going to tuck back inside so that I do not confuse them, because each one I liked better than the other one on the specific cover. So that's those. Thank you guys so much for that. I appreciate that. All the nice comments about them. Thank you. We'll have to do another kit similar. Marcella would like the large one. I see that. Thank you, Marcella. Thank you. Thank you. So let me get Marcella's and this one put off to the side, and I will pop them back where they've been sitting for 6 months, and we will continue to work on this guy. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then the other ones come in. There's one Christmas one that's, I never offered it for sale last year. So there's one Christmas one here, and then the 3 blue ones. Of the 3 blue ones, only 2 are available. And so those will be offered. I'll do a flip through of them, and then those will be available too. But for now, let's continue work on the small one. So for this one, and see, this is where like, it's hard for me to sell before I'm finished, because then I'm like, ooh, but what if the person doesn't like what I'm doing or whatever? So I usually sell them when they're done. But it doesn't matter. This one's the small one. I think I'm going to put something back there so that it's more level, because I don't know if you guys will be able to see. Actually, it might work. I am going to do it, because when I rubber band this, it's going to form better. Right now it's a thick cardboard topper. So let's ink it first. We'll have to do a couple things today. We're going to ink it ever so slightly, because I used antique linen to ink everything, if I did ink for these journals. So I don't want to heavily ink this. I just want to cover a little of the white cardstock base and kind of give it ever so slight of a border there. And so that's going to go on there. Yep. And let me actually rub some of that off. I'm not like a super grungy, dark inking kind of person. I ink to cover up like things that are obviously too new looking or something like that. Other than that, I try to avoid inking. So yep, let's glue her on there. And then we're going to rubber band her and keep her tight. The inside of this one, other than me sticking a couple pieces of ephemera in, is done. So we really just need like an hour, and then I will have the 3 of these completely done. So I'm going to glue the topper on with Fabri-Tac. Fabri-Tac I like to use going over anything that is fabric in nature. It's also called 3-in-1, and so a lot of people, I don't know why they have 2 names for the same glue. Maybe there is some chemical difference, but as far as I know for crafting, it is exactly the same glue. I've bought both and I don't see a difference of it. So I don't know, but some people get confused because they go shopping for Fabri-Tac and all that is available is the 3-in-1. So I'm adding quite a bit of glue back here, and that's because it's a topper. On the front cover of a journal, it's the thing that's going to get the most wear and tear. So I added quite a bit of glue back there. And I'm also gluing it to a quilt that has batting in it. So none of my glue is going to seep all the way through, or at least I'm hoping it's not going to. And so I'm going to give that Fabri-Tac just a minute before I put it on there. And that just helps it to kind of be less squishy outy around the edges. A lot of weather going on out there and a lot of news. And so I'm crafting and trying to not pay attention to anything too terribly much. I hope that the weather is safe for you guys. I know lots of people have some crazy weather going on here. Yesterday it was very windy and cold, and so I'm basically Phoenix adjacent, just to the east of Phoenix. And so we normally are, in the 70s this time of year. And yesterday it was super windy and super chilly, which is nice because, it'll be 100 and it'll be 120 soon enough. I don't know if you guys have ever visited Phoenix, taken vacations, lived here, etc. I know some of you currently live here, but the weather here in springtime is so wonderful. Everyone loves it. Beautiful, sunny weather, just about every day. But pretty soon we will get to extremely warm temperatures, and that is no fun for anyone. And so normally in the summertime, you can't really like enjoy a summer here. There is no like going on a picnic or things like that here. Maybe if you did it super early in the morning, but even then in the summertime here, it is 99 degrees at like 6 a.m. So it's just very warm. But we get the beautiful weather the rest of the time. So I guess, it's a toss up like everything else. So I think that's going to work for me. I'm going to zhuzh her ever so slightly over. Yeah, ever so slightly over. I got my rubber bands on now. And so after I put the Fabri-Tac on her, I just put these rubber bands on, and I will leave these rubber bands. There we go. I will leave these rubber bands overnight, even possibly longer. And the rubber band's job is to hold what I just glued down, but it also helps form the entire journal and this journal topper. It's going to round it just slightly to the form of the journal. And that kind of helps keep so that your corners aren't like super poking out, because the corners are normally where it will catch, So I'm just going to add a bunch of rubber bands. Yeah, so you visited? Awesome. And I bet that you don't visit in the summer. Or if you do, they probably have a pool and you hang out in their pool. So a lot of places in the country, have, lots of swimming pools and whatever. But in Arizona, half or more of the houses have a swimming pool in their backyard, because you have to. You can't survive here without the swimming pool, especially if you have kids and stuff, because kids need to go outside and play, right? But you can't really send your kids out and play when it's, a heat advisory and it's unsafe, right? So, lots of houses have swimming pools. We don't have swimming pool anymore. It's just in this house, it didn't have one. And I was at an age where I was over taking care of a pool. A pool is a lot to take care of. Lots of you guys know that. Plus the water is a little more expensive. So if you're not going to use it a whole heck of a lot, it just it didn't feel like the right thing. My kids are grown, so I don't have to worry about it that way either. And so I'm just looking at it, making sure that it is straight enough and getting it all pinned in there right. And it's pressed down really good. I don't see any glue seeping out. I might do one more rubber band right through here. And that's again because I went over these bumpy doilies or yo-yos. And so I am extra rubber banding it to form it to that little bump right there. I think we're good there. So that's what she looks like. She kind of looks like a caged person right now. But, she'll be good here shortly. So that's that one, all bundled up for safekeeping until she dries. Let's work on something else. I was going to finish the other two, but I don't really think there's a whole lot of other things other than the topping and the closure. But what I can do is I can add lace to blue ones, or we can make some ephemera. I kind of feel like making some ephemera. we can just make some pretty ephemera that goes with no journal, no specific journal. I don't want to get started on making stuff for the March kit because, you know, people will be upset with me. So let's start making some regular ephemera. Pools are very popular everywhere now, I get it, but here we have way more pools. It's just like crazy. I'm sure pool companies that, like, you know, do the maintenance for the pools love Arizona. So I have zero plan. I'm looking around my desk and we're just going to find stuff and we're just going to make stuff, whatever it is. We're going to pull some antique papers out and we're going to craft with those. And I say I don't want to make stuff for the March kit, but my brain is going in a very botanical direction right now. So be forewarned. I'm looking to see what I have to start crafting with. My Christmas journal, it's right here. Since it was windy, I have allergies. My nose always has allergies whenever I start a live. This is the Christmas journal. This one was a kit in December or November. November or December, I honestly do not remember. So this was another one of the kits that we did towards the end of last year. And so this is just, you know, a different kind of a topper where I made it from a master board. I can see that it needs a little more glue and a rubber band right here, but that can happen. And so I just did a little cluster. It's got a little green velvet. I don't know if you guys can see a little green velvet, little cluster with some buttons. This is a, you know, postcard on a little topper. So that's the cover. Inside on this guy, he has a super tight cover for the moment. It'll loosen up as you work in it or play with it. But there's just a journal card in here. You know, I fussy cut this lady and put her on this paper. Behind her is a piece of Christmas Florentine paper. And so again, I did some messy stitching around the cover. I usually, when I do messy stitching, I do 1 or 2 rows of straight stitching and then I go messy over top of that. I just like that look. I think the straight gives us the structure that we need for the frame, and then the messy is just the fun part. And so I sewed in, you can see I used red thread, sewed in the pocket when I sewed around the cover. This one just has lace on the top edge up here. And this page is Rachel Ruxy Creations. I'm not sure if I did a whole Rachel kit or what I did, but this is the Christmas journal. I think it has ephemera all over in it. This is a piece of French ledger that I am going to do packs for you guys of. And so it just has a lot of fun pieces. It does need a little finishing, but it's very close to being complete. There's this page here. This little piece is going to get glued somewhere. Or maybe I'll just staple it or something like that. But that's going there. I think it would look good here as a little tab. So then there's a little, this lace right here is actually this pinkish peach color. And then this is pinkish peach, and it's just a little lace sample. I don't know if you guys could see it in the camera, but there's that. And then we've got this and that. And then the bag needs a little decoration. There's just a little journal card in there. So it does need a couple little things, but again, I feel like this one is very, very close. I did some printing on some vintage dictionary paper. This was an interactive little piece that I made. So there's a whole bunch of little pockets on here and a pocket on the back. This one's got a journal card that I made here. And this is right here is a digital tag. So this is a digital tag that I've glued to what I think is an envelope. I'm not exactly sure now. But I think I glued it to an envelope and made this whole interactive pocket thing. So there's a side pocket here with a journal card in it. There's a large journal card. I see it's a large journal card. There's a large journal card right here. And it's a little snug, but in and out fine. And then on the back, you've got this one, and these are all little pieces of ephemera back in here. And then there's this guy. I don't know if he does anything else or what, but that's him. There's this lady pocket with the Christmas tree. This is German die cut here on the front. Christmas German die cut. And everything's backed with copy dyed paper, some rag paper dictionary. This needs sewn at the top. This is a tab for this little journal card, and that needs sewn on. So a couple little things. And there's that. This is vintage onion skin. It's a thicker onion skin, vintage onion skin. And then this one, this is the straw paper from Rachel. Little tag there and a Santa pocket. This is the center spread of this one. There's that. There's that. Little Santa one there, and I love how this matches the pocket. It was so like serendipitous. That happened by accident. This gets paper clipped right here with this antique rag paper page in there. And then this is going to get clipped on the back of it. It's a actual antique Christmas postcard. And then there's this lady in that one. And then that, and that, and then this Santa here with this lady pocket. I loved this holly. The holly is just on the Florentine paper, and then she was fussy cut and put on with the label. And then there's this one here. And then this is just a little tuck right here, and it's built on the back side of the envelope. And just a little piece of note paper in there that was cute. And then there's that one. And then this is the other half of the glassine bag with the journal card. And I just snipped the glassine bag at an angle up there at the top to make that little pocket. And then I love these ladies. I love the way they came out for Christmas. So beautiful. And the colors of this Christmas tree match this blue, you know, beautiful up here. I love the way this one came out. It's so pretty. And I love Christmas journals anyway. So this gets paper clipped right there as a little tuck. And there's that one. And so all of these, you know, they're fully backed and whatever, ready to go. It's just beautiful. And this is a large flip out here that you could do anything you want with. And then there's that, the doily, and we're getting to the end here. And there's that, and just a big pocket back here. You could keep supplies or ephemera or whatever, you know, you were working on back there too. So there's that guy. That's how fluffy he is. He doesn't have a closure yet. I will probably put eyelet because, you know, I've already got a topper on it. Probably just put eyelets and seam binding. It's kind of a quick closure. All of them will have something tied on these signature strings. I haven't done it to those other ones either, but I don't really have supplies in here to do beading or charms right now, but they will all have something on their signature strings. And that's that guy. So that's the Christmas one. If somebody wants him, they can let me know, but I just, you know, he's there if you want him. All right, so let's talk about making some ephemera. Catherine, are you really serious? You would like that Christmas one? You would like the Christmas one in March? You're getting ahead, and what am I trying to say? You're going to be really prepared when Christmas rolls around. The top one, so I can talk to you guys about that too. I want to make the topper for the blue journals. These are the blue journals for those that haven't seen. There's many of you guys know what I'm talking about, but for those that haven't seen the blue ones, these are the blue ones. So they're not done, but they're coming. So this guy here is fully stuffed of ephemera. He needs a little more finishing, like embellishing inside of him. But these are the blue ones. The fabric on these is really this color right here. When you look at the fabric straight on, it is this lighter blue color, but it does have a color shift to the like crushed velvet look of it. It's really penne fabric, but it is a velvet feeling and velvet looking, but it is this color. And so it's got this beaded, beautiful beaded lace down the spine of it. This is the back, it wraps around. And so that Christmas one, if Catherine wants it, the gold is very similar and wraps around as well. And then the blue ones, most of you guys, you know, you were here at the live and you saw, so I'm not going to do full flip through of it. Plus I will film a flip through, but it is just stuffed full of ephemera also. And then I want to make the topper for it, but the topper needs to be made in a 365 video. And the reason I'm having a little bit of a problem, because when I show you guys the things in the live, and then I make a video at some point showing, you know, that technique of making a topper, the video gets significantly less views, which I totally understand because you guys already saw me make it live. So I need to be more choosy about the kind of content that I set aside for the 365 series, and also make us happy here during the lives. But I know I want to film the video for that during a 365 video. That way it's just out there for everyone to see instead of just for us here at the live. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people want to learn how to make a topper. So we're just going to do it that way. But you guys will see them because you'll see the videos. I don't know, like it's been hard for me to figure out. I haven't made daily videos for a long time. And so it's on this channel, pretty much never did I make a daily video. So it has been a little bit hard for me figuring out, like, well, if you do this, your audience does that kind of a situation. And whenever I have a video, like when I sewed in the signature, so the last couple of days, I showed you guys how to sew in a 3-hole, which is this one, and a 5-hole pamphlet stitch binding. And so many of you guys already know how to do that, and I get it. So that's kind of why views are down. Any day that there's like heavy news day where like a lot of news stories come out, people watch YouTube videos less on those days. And so it's been kind of, like you can make and plan this awesome video that you spent like days prepping for and days filming and editing and whatever for. And if you post that video and then some big news story breaks out, which you have no control over, nobody watches your video. And as soon as you post a YouTube video, like if it posts at 4 a.m., like my videos normally post at 4 a.m. my time, if it does not get X amount of views within the first hour it is posted, YouTube algorithm says people don't like this video very much. It stops recommending the video to a wider audience, and it kind of cuts your ability off of getting more increased views. And so it's been kind of hard to figure out like the ins and outs of the YouTube algorithm. Nobody really knows. There's a whole lot of people that will film a video and tell you that they know, but they don't. Nobody knows, right? You could film something ridiculous that you don't think is going to be good content, and then it just takes off like crazy. But my point is, it's been hard to figure out what to do and where to do it and exactly how to do it and all that kind of stuff. So I do want to save some topics for the 365 series. And then if you guys feel inclined, even though you may have already seen somebody showing you how to do either of these bindings, I'm not saying you need to go watch these videos, but when somebody, whether it's me or any other junk journal artist, YouTube maker, whatever, when you see a video and you're like, well, I probably already know how to do that, if you feel inclined to just go ahead and click on that video and watch it, or let it play in the background while you load the dishwasher or whatever the case may be, it does help out that creator, whether it's me or somebody else. Making the videos does take a huge amount of time, and I know it's just a 15 or 20-minute video, but I know that it is, really important to get those views and those watches. And so when people put out a video, like, I promise you it takes much longer than 15 or 20 minutes to do a video. I won't tell you how long exactly, because sometimes sometimes it's an hour, sometimes it's 4 or 5 hours or 2 days. It depends on what we're doing, right? How much prep behind the scenes is needed. But it just helps out all creators if you let their content play, if you leave those comments and those thumbs up and likes and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, we can work on these two. I brought the lace to put the lace on the edges just while we chat. And then I do want to pay attention to chat and see if you guys have some questions or whatever. And I never looked to see. Hello, Corey. Hello and welcome. Kendall's still at work. Aw. Thank you, Shelly. Appreciate it. Well, you guys see that I don't always keep it straight. Catherine, so you want the Christmas one. I will put your name on the Christmas one, Catherine. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. So let's go ahead and put the lace on these two blue ones while we chat, and then I can actually read chat. Thank you, Shelly. I see it. Thank you. So while I'm putting lace on, I know you guys know how to put lace on. It's be pretty boring, but while I do that, let's chat about some things. So, anybody with questions before I move on to just random chat? Let me see. Oh, what to bring when you're traveling? So, one of the things I always take with me whenever I am traveling, like if my son goes to like the hospital or you go to the ER, you're waiting somewhere, it doesn't, obviously you're worried about your loved one. But if you're planning on sitting somewhere like on a train or a bus or any time that you're going to be sitting and waiting for something, one of the things that I love to have with me is my scraps. Because if you just have scraps, you have a lot of possibility. You could sit there and make little clusters, like even if you don't have a place to glue, if you bring your scraps and a Tim Holtz and a Tim Holtz and a Tim Holtz stapler. Sorry, I was reading. If you bring your scraps and a Tim Holtz stapler, you can make clusters and you don't have to have glue. You don't have to get messy. You could literally put your scraps. I just put them in a Ziploc bag. I can't even bring it in my purse with a Tim Holtz staple. People might think I'm crazy, but it doesn't matter, right? People think that probably anyway about me. So if I just bring my scraps in a Ziploc bag and that Tim Holtz attacher, that tiny little one, you can sit there and put together your little clusters out of little paper bits. You can tear your scraps and size them how you want them torn. You don't even have to have scissors because some places you can't bring scissors. So that's something fun that I enjoy doing. If you were actually packing like a little crafting suitcase or something, to bring with you maybe to like a relative's house where, you were going to be at a location where you could get out supplies and make something. Obviously bring all your basics, your glue stick, your, ink, ink pad, and make sure that you ink up your ink pad. If you like to ink up your ink pad before you pack it on your trip. That way you don't have to bring the ink refill and you don't run the risk of not, having a dry ink pad while you're trying to make something. So every trip I take, if I go to a retreat, I ink up all my ink pads. I pack a separate bag for all my glues so that if they spill, they don't get on anything. It's a plastic bag inside of a basic plastic little it's a see-through clear makeup case, and I put them in a Ziploc before I put them in there. And then for paper, I always bring scraps. I always bring a bag of the Italian paper, the Florentine scraps, because that has color, that has pattern, it has texture. I can do a lot of things with that. With your scraps and just a couple things, you could make pockets, you could make tags, you could make journal cards. So I focus on making ephemera most of the time when I'm traveling because it's smaller things to work on. If you wanted to prep like some covers and some signatures and have those ready, you could bring those, like, you could bring your cover and you could bring some papers that you wanted to use in a signature, and you could bring binding tools and like sew their signature in and start working on a journal that way. I know Gail, when she goes to retreats, she packs these 12 by 12 Ziploc bags and she'll have a cover, she'll have the pages she wants to use as the signature, and then she'll sew them in at her retreat, and then she'll make all the ephemera and fill them at her retreat or fill from her ephemera box at home. So she has a lot of videos on what to pack when you're traveling. Gail Augustinelli, her channel is just called Gail Augustinelli on YouTube. She films videos as she's packing and she'll show you what she's bringing, and then she'll show you what she made at her retreat too. So she has a lot of videos about that. Can glue go in a checked bag? On the airplane, I'm not for sure what they let you bring and what they don't. I have not done that. Whenever I'm flying, I'm usually not crafting, but you'll have to check and see what can be packed and what can't. Because this glue has acetone in it, it's flammable. It should be okay, but you're going to have to ask. I think glue sticks are probably definitely fine, but you'll have to check on that. I'm sorry, I don't I don't have enough knowledge on that one. A craft tackle box, yep, that's perfect. And if you are looking for any type of storage items, like plastic storage totes or containers or things to pack things in, Hobby Lobby's storage, their clear plastic storage, is the best price storage ever. They have a lot of different options, and their regular price at Hobby Lobby for storage is far cheaper than any of the other stores. And I just thought of a great topic to talk about. So I'm gonna answer a couple more questions, and then remind me about Joann's. We need to talk about Joann's. Definitely not a positive advertisement for Joann's. Let's just say that. Not liquid glue. Yeah, our glitter will explode. See, I was worried about it, but I'm not familiar with what their actual regulations are. You might be allowed to bring a certain like small container, but I don't think that would be very helpful to you either, if it was so small. Okay, so let's go up here. I saw somebody ask a question about advice for getting followers on YouTube. So I would advise you to make as many videos as you can make. So not everyone can do a video every day, and I get it. It's hard. And plus, some people, what they're doing on their channels, they can't they can't do a 15-minute video because what they're doing takes longer than 15 minutes or whatever. But the people that make a video every day seem to have, better luck. But whatever it is that you do, so if you can't do every day, and you're working or whatever, and your videos can't be short, like it, I don't know how Gail does an hour video every day. I don't know how she does it. I think because she just turns the camera on, and whatever she is working on is what that video is of the day. I think that is the only way that would work for me, for an hour long video every day. I couldn't imagine doing like a specific themed project that was 1 hour every day, because the prep alone would take the rest of the day, right? But anyway, whatever you decide to do, like if you decide to film 3 videos a week or 5 videos a week or 1 video a week or whatever, just make sure that, and this is what everybody says, make sure that you keep your content loads consistent. Meaning, if you post every day, YouTube wants you to continue to post every day. If you miss a day, it affects your algorithm in a negative way. If you post every Monday and every Friday, make sure you continue to post every Monday and every Friday. Consistency is the key for YouTube algorithm, the most basic part of it. So just make sure that whatever schedule you choose a schedule that you can actually keep up with and be consistent with, because it's going to hurt your channel overall if you are inconsistent. So the people that are just putting a video out today because I had time, or next week because I had time, I'm not saying it's horrible. I'm just saying the consensus is consistency is far better than random upload times. Other than that, try to choose, nice. I don't have great thumbnails. I think my thumbnails suck, but if I can say it, they're just quick and easy thumbnails because I have to do it every day, and each thumbnail has to be different. So at some point I will spend time making them better, but for right now they're just basic thumbnails. So obviously people want to see a pretty thumbnail in order to click on a video. So basically your thumbnail is kind of like showing them something that would want them to click on your video, right? And then once you're doing your videos and stuff, there's a point where you upload your video, and it will ask you to put like the little subscribe box up and stuff like that. That stuff always helps. There's a lot of videos out there that gives really good advice. I am certainly not the expert on it because I just barely started on this posting every day kind of a thing. So I'm not an expert. I just do what I do, and I'm happy with the results of it. But I know that I could do better. I know that there's things I could improve on. When I will have time to work on those, I don't know. But for now, I'm just happy with what it's doing, But just cut yourself some slack, and just try a couple new things. Like if what you're doing you're not happy with, just try a couple new things, maybe one new thing at a time, and see how that works out, and then make little changes from there. You use tiny glue bottles with the fine tip. Those are small enough. That's what I was thinking, but they don't go very far either. Like I think I would run out of them in one crafting session and have to refill them. You flew with Tombow glue? See, I think maybe you can, because honestly, how would they even know it's in there? They would probably think it's shampoo. So I don't know. You'll have to look into that part of it. The Japanese store, I have not been. I don't know what it is and have not been there. Double-sided tape, yep, that would work too, because it's not liquid or flammable. I mean, there's people that bring hairspray and stuff, but I guess maybe no aerosol. I don't know. I don't even know if they make aerosol hairspray anymore because I don't use it, but I love that. I love it. A tote of goodies you take camping. That sounds fun. I used to take my die cutting machine camping with me. It's still officially called my camping die cut machine. And it's just because it has the hand crank and it doesn't need to be plugged in, even though it was a motorhome and we could have plugged it in, but I didn't want to bring my good one. There's motorcycles outside of my house again. It's like dirt bikes because I live on the edge of town. So anyway, um, let's glue some lace. I don't remember where we put the lace in the other one. If you guys have questions or whatever you guys want to talk about, you can just go ahead and put it in there and I'll talk about it if we need to. Oh, Joann's, that's what I was going to tell you. So I went out to run some errands yesterday, I believe. I think it was yesterday or Saturday, one or the other. I went out to run some errands and I was like, okay, well, Joann sent me this thing that said 40% off because they're going out of business, right? So now for me, I don't know if it's saying the same thing everywhere, but for me, it is saying all stores are closing. All Joann's physical stores are closing. And I knew that they, filed bankruptcy twice. They're going out of business. They were looking for a buyer, et cetera, et cetera. So it said to me, all stores are closing and there's 40% off of whatever, inventory is remaining at the Joann store. And we were out and I was in the parking lot and I'm like, well, let me go in and look and, it would be good because then I could report back to you all whatever's happening at Joann's store. So I went in and, I had to get a sip of water. Sorry. Went into Joann's and I was walking around and the store is like, my store has been a complete, utter, messy disaster for at least a year, probably 2 years. And I used to go in there and I would tell myself like, and I'm talking like, I'm not like being, I'm not being whatever kind of name you want to call it. I went in there several times over the last few years, and every time I would go in there, I would be amazed at how disorganized and messy and just like the shelves had not been cleaned or organized looking. They didn't look like they were cleaned or organized or stuff, put in the right place for like months or something. It looked terrible. I went down the artist aisle where they have like the little tubes of Liquitex paint and stuff like that and paintbrushes. And there were literally like 20 tubes of paint just all over the floor. And I was thinking to myself, well, probably some kids were in there and they were playing or something, or somebody knocked something over, something like that. And so I kind of like, just made that excuse for them. And then I went back like around Christmas time. And of course it was messy, crazy messy then. And I was like, oh, well, it's Christmas time and they're swamped. And so, of course they don't have time to like, clean things up and put stuff out or whatever. But I kept making excuses for them every time I'd go there. And then I found out that they were going to be closing. And they were, having some financial troubles and whatever. And so I was like, okay, well, obviously, they probably just told all their employees they're getting fired. And so nobody's like, well, I'm not going to go stock the shelf today. You're firing me. So I don't know, but I kept making excuses for them. I don't know that any of that is true. I'm just saying I kept making excuses. So I went in. The store was the worst I have ever seen it. Like there's just, it looks like somebody put like half the store in a cart and then just dumped the cart on a shelf with all random stuff. Nothing is put away. And I was like, okay, well, they're going out of business. Like, it is what it is. Plus, when I pulled into the parking lot was busier than I have ever seen it before in my life, the Joann store. And I was like, okay, well, a lot of people are here shopping, looking for good deals and stuff like that. And so, it was messy, whatever, but I was looking through some things and I managed to find a couple little things that I was like, well, for 40% off, you know, um, I guess it's probably, an okay price. It's probably, equivalent to what it used to be on sale for or something like that. And then they had a sign that said an extra 30% off of everything. It said today only take an extra 30% off of everything, your whole purchase. Even sale prices, it said. So I was like, okay, well, then it's okay, it's a good enough price. Let's get it. So I quickly went through the store, found a couple little things, went up to the register, and she started ringing stuff up. And I was getting a couple little Tim Holtz die sets that I didn't already have. They were ones from Sizzix from the Vault release, and I didn't have them, and I had been collecting them. So she rang it up and it was like $24.99 minus 20%. And so I asked her, I said, what is the sale price of it? And she said, it was basically $19.99, which was 20% off. And I asked her about the 40% off and the 30% off. And she said, well, the 30% off sign has been hanging there for a while. That's old and we need to take it down. So that doesn't apply. That's old and we need to take it down. And she said the 40% off, that isn't valid on everything in the store. There's one section of clearance fabric that's good on. And so I showed her the email on my phone that said everything, total liquidation, 40% off, entire store, all remaining inventory. And she's like, yeah, we don't honor that. And I'm like, okay. I said, so, it's a little confusing. And, I just wondered why all the differences. And she's like, well, the store is not Joann's anymore. Joann's went out of business and a liquidation company has been brought in to liquidate all remaining inventory. And so Joann's, I guess, is completely gone, and they're using the name Joann's and their locations that they currently have, and just basically kind of spamming people to get them in there. And then once they're there, the max discount on anything at my store was 20%. She said nothing is more than 20% off here. And so I said, well, you're awfully busy. You're selling an awful lot for more price, higher prices than what stuff was on sale at Joann's for. And she's like, yep, that's what's happening. And I'm like, oh, okay. So anyway, and then what if that didn't, like, obviously I was not happy about that. But if that didn't piss me off enough, what really pissed me off was they had this giant sign on every cash register there that said, we no longer honor Joann's gift cards. And so I was standing there in line, and the lady behind me, she's like, I just gave all of my daughters $100 Joann's gift card at Christmas. I'm going to have to call them and see if they've used them, because if they didn't use them, they're worthless now. And I'm like, do you know how scammy of a company and of a people you have to be to sell someone gift cards at Christmas when you had already filed bankruptcy once? Those CEOs and board members knew that they were going to file bankruptcy again, because they in fact filed bankruptcy on like January 14th for the second time. You knew that you were in financial trouble, but yet you still pushed and sold people gift cards, knowing that you were going to go out of business and those gift cards were going to be worthless. I was just like appalled at their behavior all the way around. And I know, they're going out of business and it's cutthroat business and people care about money or whatever. But I was just like, that is just terrible to do to people. How can these people sleep at night, guys? How can they sleep at night? And do you know how many people like had returned something without a receipt, and you know how they put it back on a gift card because you didn't have your receipt or you couldn't find it or whatever? So all of those purchase returns where you brought the item back to the store, they then have the item to sell, and now your return gift card is worthless. All the gift cards they sold, worthless. They sold probably millions of dollars at Christmas time in gift cards that are now worthless unless the people use them. I'm just saying, like, oh my gosh, the greed sometimes is just terrible. Just terrible. Joann's was never my favorite store because it just was messy in there. I did order from them online because I did not like going in the store. It was messy. And honestly, I couldn't keep up with what was on sale and what this, because like you go in there and something would be on sale. But when you look at the price of the item to begin with, the price was already double what it is at Hobby Lobby. So, oh, am I frozen? Let me see if I'm frozen. I am frozen. Can you guys hear me? Let me know if you guys can hear me. No, I'm not frozen. Or no, you cannot hear me. Yes, you can hear me. Okay, good. My video up on top is not playing anymore, so I couldn't tell if you guys could hear me. Okay, so anyway, I was just really disappointed, and I was just like, how could you do it to people? I can't sleep if something happens and I need to refund somebody $30. Like I can't believe these people that do this stuff. Yeah, I used to shop with them online because the sale price is online, but I couldn't Mrs. E, I am crafting, I promise, but it's hard to read chat and craft. But anyway, that was my Joann story, and I was just like, you can say whatever you want to say about Hobby Lobby's policies and this and that and the other thing, and I'm not going to get political, and I asked you guys not to get political, but I guarantee you Hobby Lobby would not have done that. They would not have sold people gift cards and did that kind of stuff. I just think it's super scammy. So anyway, I guess now in Arizona, Michael's doesn't really carry any type of paper crafting. So we had Joann's, Hobby Lobby, and Michael's. Michael's, their paper crafting, they have some paper pads, but I don't generally like them. They're very, very new and modern and whatever. So I don't usually buy anything from Michael's. And their paper crafting aisle to me hardly has anything that is even worth looking at. I don't go there because there's nothing really there for me. I used to do the thing with Joann's online to get some supplies because they had a lot more online than they did physically in store. That was my other complaint with Joann's here, is their paper crafting aisle was very, very small, but online they had a big selection. So I did do online with them. But then Hobby Lobby, again, their paper crafting section is getting smaller and smaller. But in Arizona, you can't get it at Michael's. Joann's is gone. So now we're really left with just Hobby Lobby. So I don't know. We're going to have to shop a lot online, I guess. That's where we're at with that. I'm going to glue this lace on now. Sorry. See, my Michael's doesn't have fabric. Now I know everybody's different. Everybody's store is different. You know what I need is those plastic page protectors. At least a couple of them. Let me see if I can get it done with this one. But so it's really hard to find supplies for me right now, like general supplies. I'm getting them on Amazon a lot because that's where I can find them at. We don't have any where I live. We have zero like independent mom and pop, like regular scrapbooking or crafting stores. I know everybody's location is different, and I hope that you guys have a place that you guys like to get supplies from. But for me, I really am kind of out of options. I do like Simon Says Stamp. So Simon Says Stamp is fine, but they don't really have like that big of sales. So if I get something from Simon Says Stamp, it's basically at full retail price, which I like sales as much as you guys do. So sometimes it's hard for me to pay full retail price for a new Tim Holtz thing, but there isn't going to be that much new Tim Holtz things anymore. So I guess that's that. But I feel like there is a lack of general junk journal supplies. I feel like there's a lack of places to buy them. And I feel like there is a lack of supplies available, like in our themes and styles that we would use for junk journaling. There's a lot of scrapbooking and card making. And that I'm happy, that there's that supply for them. But I don't do scrapbooking and I don't do card making. And while I can use some of those supplies for junk journaling, the vast majority of them I cannot use. They're not the right themes or colors or, vintagey looking stuff. It's just hard for me to find general crafting supplies. So I don't know what I'm going to do. Amazon, basically. Which I would much rather shop with like a regular person, like a mom and pop. And yes, I know I can go to Etsy and get a lot. This is a cute little snippet. I know I can go to Etsy and get some of it instead of Amazon. And so I'll probably end up doing that. I guess that is there. We can use that. Amazon I do because I usually don't have time to plan ahead. And so I I have an Amazon warehouse that's really close to me, and so I can get things overnight. Like if I order it in the evening, it can come at 8 o'clock in the morning, which I know I'm really spoiled with that. It was a long time of me sitting here waiting and watching all kinds of other people say, "Oh, we get Amazon overnight," and I was so jealous of that. Well, now I also get Amazon overnight, so that makes me happy. But there's a lot of cardboard boxes that Amazon sends. And I don't like the boxes. I have checked out that Soldier Mom. I don't know who does that, but I have checked that out. She has some cute things, but when I was there, I really appreciate the fact that there are those. So in all antique malls, I'm pretty sure there is somebody who's going to have some kind of antique books, papers, that kind of thing. But I have seen in all of the antique malls around me in Arizona. I've been to the ones in Phoenix. I've been to the Brass Armadillo in Avondale, I think it is. I've been to all those ones because my kids usually take me there for my birthday. And so I've been to all those, and there usually is a little junk journal section in somebody's booth. I have been seeing them pop up in every store, which I'm super happy about that because, it's supporting another local, seller of things, which is super good. But again, they have very limited selections of things, and I already have most vintage and antique things. So I like seeing it. It's interesting to look at. But again, it's not, I'm not going to get like glues or whatever from there. So it's just kind of getting to where we have very limited suppliers of things. Not antiquing in a while. So I know there is a scrapbooking store in Paradise Valley, I think. Lois, you can say it. I know there's a scrapbooking store in Paradise Valley, and I know that they have a good selection of things for junk journals, but I don't go to Paradise Valley. Like that's pretty far out of my way. So I don't do that one, but you can type it, Lois. That's okay. Then using the rice paper, I love that, the roll of rice paper. They're really, really big. You can get those rolls on Amazon too. It's not old, but it's on Amazon. Yeah, there are some things that you can get cheaper than Amazon for sure, especially some people on Etsy, the sellers on Etsy, some of them have very good prices for just basic stuff. Oh, really? All of them have fabric. That's cool. I know a lot of people don't shop on Amazon. I know Amazon's evil, but we're getting to a point where you gotta have it because the other stores don't exist anymore. It's really getting hard to find certain things, and it's because those large giant stores like Amazon are just kind of pushing everybody else out of the market. And I'm not happy about that. And I'm not saying, I love Amazon. I'm just saying we're all busy and we got to go where we got to go and we got to get what we got to get, right? Like sometimes you don't realize you need something and Amazon can deliver it overnight, so you do it, right? I don't know. I don't hate Amazon, but I don't like the fact that they push out everybody else out of the business. And it's not like Amazon, I'm not trying to get political, but I'm just saying I don't think it's their goal to push out all the little mom and pops because as a mom and pop, you can definitely sell on Amazon. I just think it's just what happens, you know, and it's sad. We all have to stay competitive, right? Like little shops like that. I don't know. Let me see down here. I didn't see Rebecca's comment. I didn't see Rebecca's comment either. Oh, I didn't get them. I put them back. No, because 20% off, the Joann's normal price for those Tim Holtz dies is the $24.99, but they often had the dies where they were 50% off or they had a coupon or whatever. And at that point it was just like, I don't feel good anymore about this. So I did put them back, which was fine. The paper crafting aisle was in the front, so it was fine, but and I didn't want to be like all crabby about it or anything else. So I was just like, okay, well, I think I'm just gonna hold off on these. So I didn't get them. And I can probably find them at some point at Simon Says Stamp or one of those places. Even I didn't even look at the price on Amazon. Sometimes Amazon is, 20% off of the regular retail price anyway, because sometimes Amazon has good prices, but other times it does seem like the price is higher because you are getting the free delivery. I got glue all over the plastic on that one. Glad to had it. They didn't have Fabri-Tac. For my Hobby Lobby here, they do, but they keep their glue, the location that I go to, they keep their glue, all of their Fabri-Tac and their spray glues, like their specialty glues, in a little tiny, it's not even an end cap, it's what's called an island. It's a little tiny display up in the very front of the store. And that's where they keep their specialty glues at the one I go to. And they have like spray glue up there. They have your, I don't know, certain brands of super glues and stuff like that. The E6000s up there. So it might be at a different location than just like paper crafting aisle or something like that. Or they might not have it at yours. I don't know. So I got to be careful that my pages don't get stuck right there. I got a big gob of glue. So there's that. And then we need to go in the middle. So I'm just gluing lace to the page edges. I do the middle and I do the front. So the middle spread and I do the front page here. And now somewhere off in this area. Now I don't have ephemera in this one yet, so I can pretty much just choose wherever I want to put this. I think we did on the back side of this one with the gold. So let's keep doing that. It is fun to make journals out of Amazon packaging, but I get an awful lot of packages from Amazon. A lot of my packaging for the live sales and stuff like that and for Etsy comes from Amazon. And it's just, they have the cheapest price, that kind of a thing. One of these times we will have to do a video and do some journal covers out of various packaging. I said a while back to start saving up your junk mail and stuff like that so that we can do a journal that is completely junk, because it is going to be a true junk journal. And I don't want to do a kit for that because everyone has their own junk, right? You don't need to buy junk. So just start saving up your, let's see which way this goes. Start saving up your junk, whether it be like junk mail or, clothing tags or recycled Amazon packaging, cereal boxes, pasta boxes, whatever. Start saving up your junk so that we can make that project, because I do want to do that this year. And I know some people have more junk than other people based off of how much junk mail you get, etc. So start saving your junk so we can make a true junk journal. And I think we're going to make this just on a random Friday craft with me. So it's not going to be part of any journal month or anything like that, journal kit. It's just going to be like these mini journals that we're doing. They're just kind of a bonus random craft. So I glued this down pretty good. Let me use this clean one that doesn't have glue and leave that in there for just a minute. But I think we can make the whole entire journal start to finish in one Friday, or we might carry it over to Saturday, but probably one Friday. And it will be a fun project making everything because everybody will have different junk, you know? So the junk that I have is going to be different than the junk Maria is going to have. And so our journals will really be random and beautiful that way. I don't know which side of the page I put it on. Maybe I put it on this side. I think I did. Let's put it on this side. I'm trying to make them kind of similar to the other ones that we did, or the other one that I did. This is the end of a bottle of Fabri-Tac and it's super messy. So I want to make ephemera after I get this done. I have one more of these to do, but I'm not going to do it on camera because I feel like it's super boring for you guys. But it was nice, you know, being able to look at chat more, not having to stare down at my desk. But we're going to move on and make some ephemera. I don't know what theme yet, but we're just going to make whatever I can find. Okay. This one, I got this online, but I'm pretty sure Hobby Lobby has one very similar to it because I believe I saw it there as well. You'll have to go and check, but this one, I bought an industrial spool of it from a lace supplier. That's the only way I could have enough to make kits out of, but you'll have to check. It's similar. I know they have a couple gold ones there. The Hobby Lobby lace, they don't have it on sale anymore. They used to have it on sale. At least mine here, the lace by the yard never goes on sale anymore. And I don't know, Hobby Lobby stopped doing coupons too. So there's that. It all matches up perfectly and good. So as long as it doesn't stick to each other, it might be okay. Let me leave that in there and then stick this one in here because it's wanting to stick. And I'm going to set this to the side and let's make something. I need to get this glue off of my fingers. Hardly get junk mail. It makes you sad. That's funny. Most people will donate their junk mail to you. Maybe if you like have coworkers, you could ask them to like maybe save you some junk mail. And I know they're going to think it's weird, but you know, if you tell them that it's for art, you know, crafting or collaging or whatever, maybe your relatives, your mom, dad, your family, whatever, might save you some junk mail. Other than that, you're just going to use new stuff and, you know, you can, everything that we're going to use, there is a new version that you could just buy. There's supply packs on Etsy and stuff. I have sold supply packs too in the past, but for this project, I'm just going to use junk and that way it's going to be fun because, you know, I won't know what it is until I get a big pile of junk out and play with it. Okay. Thank you, Sandy. I appreciate that. All right. Anybody have a question that I missed? I'm trying not to ignore you guys. I'm just trying to look up there. Huh. Be careful what I ask for. Yeah. You never know, huh? All right, let's make something. I have this paper. I need to get gluey. I mean, I just cleaned my hands, but we need to get gluey again and make something else. So let me grab some paper bits from behind me. Move this lace out of the way. I don't want to stick it in there because I need to get to that. But let's get some paper. Oh, I forgot to clean this and put this away. I'm going to grab some paper scraps and we're just going to put together whatever comes to mind. And sometimes that is like super freeing. Other times it creates like artist block, but I think it's going to be freeing today. I feel like I am in a good crafty mood. So let's grab some paper scraps. So I'm going to grab a gigantic pile of it's not paper scraps, obviously, but it's a big old paper. It's a big old thing of papers. So this is from a basket that I keep, a current like project basket. You can see it just has like everything in it. This little rose just flew out of there or flew out of there. I don't know where, but flew out of somewhere. So let's just make stuff. For now, I'm going to slide it to the side so that we can kind of figure something out. So obviously I have book pages. I mean, you know, I guess maybe you guys want to see that process. I don't really need any more blue ephemera, so I have these extra blue digitals that are here, but I don't really need that. I don't really want to make a master board, and I think you guys would kill me if I started making ephemera with this, so I think I'll have to not make that. I just made these in a video. This is a fun scrap to play with. This is super fun. This is fun. Here's some little neutral bits. If I make neutral ephemera, I can always use it in any journal. So let's grab out some little neutral bits. There's more neutral focal points. Other little neutral collage. I might not be able to resist, guys. This is the digital. This is the digital in my Etsy, but I printed it on vellum. This is the French mushroom kit. There's little journal cards in there. And I saw this scrap and I saw these mushrooms and I might not be able to resist myself in making something out of that. The pictures and stuff like that we'll save. There's the actual French mushroom kit stuff. We'll save that. Here is a ready-made journal card that just needs to be decorated. Here's a tag. There's a bunch of these. Here's another tag. So we can do some decorating. There's a bunch more little thingies. See, this is what happens like when you don't clean up your scrap bin. You just end up with like tons and tons of messiness. However, I have an idea for a couple of these. These are ruby and pearl pre-printed tags. Could do a couple of those. Okay, well, from there, you can see I have other digitals in here. I have some cardstock, some coffee dyed paper, some ledger, some French fashion. I have some file folder down here. Let's pull that file folder out. We could use that. Some of this Florentine paper, but only in blues. Ooh, that print. This is these are 2 pieces of German dictionary. I think it's German French dictionary, and it's glued together, like strengthened. So that would be fun. Okay, now let me stack this back up and get started. Stack it up as much as I can. I really need to sort through that bin and organize because this is the mess that we're dealing with. Whole big bunches of mess. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to play with is the thing that inspires me the most. And you guys can, you know, just yell at me. Just get it over with and yell at me. Because I am going to make a piece for the next journals. Yep, I am. Apologies. I just can't help myself. It's right there. I have to. Sneak peek. I'm just going to make random ephemera that we'll probably put in there. So I pulled file folder, just scrap file folder that I was cutting some circles out. This is the digital that I'm going to use. A piece of coffee dyed. This is like a newer ledger paper that's coffee dyed. And I have this scrap from that 1637 page. It has some signatures back here on the back, which are pretty cool, and on the front. So that stuff will be fun. But let's get a base going. These are Ruby and Pearl, and I'm going to use this one, and this guy. So let's use those. And I'm just going to use these pre-printed tags. They're printed on 28-pound paper, and I'm going to use them for backgrounds. So if you print them out on cardstock, you can just skip this step of me gluing them to cardstock. But sometimes I don't know how I want to use things. Sometimes I might just want it as a piece of paper because I have a different, plan for it. But I can always glue it to copy dyed cardstock or regular cardstock. So that's why I just printed them on paper. I don't want the lady. I'm not going to do frilly. I mean, we can, but this is mushrooms. So we're going to stick with kind of a natural mushroom theme. I will, in the 365 series, start making ephemera for the botanical field note journals. So you will see that change here in a video or two. I have to film videos today after I'm done crafting, so I can't use all my crafty mojo. Got to save some. I don't know what my video is going to be yet. Have not decided, but not in the blue journal theme because we've been there for a while. So if I can scoop these off the table into my trash bin. I thought about it, Mrs. E, but no. She actually has requested a different kind of journal. So I'm going to make that one. Just a regular daily journal for her. At some point, she might, want a wedding one. But for right now, she just wants an everyday journal. Let's see how best to get these on here. Maybe I'll just cut it and start back there. Let's do that. So right now I'm just strengthening the backgrounds. I have these file folders that I don't like the weight of them for file folders. So I've just been using them for cardstock basically, because I bought a pack of 100 of them and I just don't like the weight of them. They're not sturdy enough for me. So we're just going to glue these tag backgrounds down to this cardstock. I'm going to try to glue it where I don't have to do a whole heck of a lot more cutting. Okay, so guys, what are you guys doing as far as coffee? Who is a coffee drinker, and what is your favorite coffee like? What is your favorite coffee that you get? What is your favorite coffee you make at home? Is there a favorite coffee bean? Let's talk coffee. I love coffee, but coffee doesn't always love me back. Like, it gives me high blood pressure and makes me not sleep, that kind of a thing. I just made coffee at home today. But I bought an espresso machine at Christmas. I got an espresso machine at Christmas, and I have been enjoying making the coffee at home. However, it's very, very good. It's the best coffee I've ever had in my life that is made at home. I think espresso machines are definitely the way to go, but it is not as good as Dutch Brothers when you go get it. Dutch Brothers is my favorite coffee place at the moment. I don't go to Starbucks anymore for coffee. They do have good other food. Joann was super kind and she gave me a Starbucks gift card. And while I use it for food, I love their food sometimes. They have like little egg, I don't know what they call them, but they're tiny little egg bites that you can get for breakfast. Sometimes my Starbucks will have a little box and it has like a couple hard-boiled eggs and some apple slices in it. So sometimes if I miss a meal and I'm out and about running errands and doing things, I can just pick up one of those boxes, and it's snacking stuff that you could eat while you're driving or whatever. Not that you really want to, but you could. So I don't have a lot of time, so I gotta do quick things, quick and small things. I also don't, I can't. After my surgery, I cannot eat a lot of volume, so little small bites work good for me. So that was awesome. Thank you, Joann. You guys are super, super kind to me. You are. And on that note, let me say thank you. And I'll say thank you again next Tuesday, or the next Tuesday we have a live sale. But thank you guys for the tips on the invoices. You guys are very generous and you leave me a tip on an invoice. And while I had the tip thing enabled, the reason why I had it enabled was primarily because sometimes, like, we would have talked about something in messages and I may have not put it on your invoice or something. And so it was a way for you guys to add a payment for something that we had talked about, or, whatever. I don't know, basically for that. Or if I forgot to charge something on your invoice, you could just add the money there in the tip section and then send me a message and let me know this is what this was for or something, right? So that was why it was initially enabled. But you guys are leaving me tips and saying, thank you and all that kind of stuff. And so I just want to say thank you for that. That was pretty awesome. You guys are very generous, very good people, and I appreciate that very much. So thank you for that. I just noticed a couple on this last round of invoices from yesterday. Square doesn't really send you a notification that you got a tip either. You just, you have to open it and find it when you're doing accounting, but sometimes that's not found right away either. All right, Alice, sure thing. See you next time. Okay, that sounded terrible, but I will see you either Tuesday or Friday of next week, or Friday of this week, I guess. We're going to be making mini journals on Friday for those of you who came expecting a live sale. There's no selling this week. I will be taking some time off from selling to, go to my daughter's wedding and do all of that kind of stuff. And I just don't want to have people's orders hanging over my head and stuff like that. So no selling this week. But I will be selling next time you guys see me, or, next Tuesday or something. I'll keep you guys updated. I may or may not. Next Tuesday, we'll have to just wait and see. So before I begin doing anything else, let's get some other things cut up here. Donut Shop coffee from the K-Cup. See, I used to have the Keurig machine. That was the machine I had before the espresso machine. But the espresso machine, so my whole life drinking coffee, I thought coffee had to have a bitter flavor. Starbucks makes a green bean coffee and it is very bitter. It's a very acidic, bitter flavor coffee. All the K-Cups I've ever had, no matter what flavor or brand, were all bitter. Coffee that you made from coffee grounds was bitter. My whole life, I just thought that's how coffee was. Then I got an espresso machine and I got these special Italian coffee beans, and they were the only ones my whole life that are not bitter. They're very nice and mild and just have a creamy, good, like kind of nutty flavor. And I love them. And so the K cups I thought were the best. And now I'm like, why did I drink that for my whole life? But anyway, make your own coffee at home. McDonald's for iced coffee. Tim Hortons. See, I have heard Tim Hortons is awesome, and I don't have them here. Pete's Dark Roast. McDonald's. I know a lot of people like Dunkin' Donuts coffee. Starbucks. Using an AeroPress. Awesome. Decaf. Yeah, I know, Maria. I mix right now in the espresso machine. It has the automatic grinder. And so I mixed half calf. I used half regular beans and half decaf beans. So every morning, it's not exactly accurate, but it's basically half calf. And that's what I do. But still, in truth, that's too much for me. Dr. Pepper, that is what I used to drink when I was younger for coffee in the morning. I called it cold coffee at one point of my life, because it was before cold brew. I'm talking like the 1990s. I would drink Dr. Pepper and call it cold coffee. Late to the conversation, the little journal, we will be making mini journals this Friday. This coming Friday, we will make mini journals out of greeting cards. Any other thing I missed? Please don't tell him you deconstructed the wildflower bugs. Scrap lace bags. Probably at some point, but I have something way better in the form of lace coming for you guys. It will come as soon as I can get it ready. I've been trying to get it ready, but I have some fabulous, fabulous antique French lace coming for you guys. All right, so I saw some comments there. San Francisco Bay Roast. It was very good, Tim Hortons. Awesome. So, the coffee that I'm getting from Amazon, let me look it up. It's called Lavazzo or something like this. Let me look this up because I am new to this coffee brand, coffee, whatever from this place. And I think it is the best coffee I have ever tasted in my life. Now, I don't know if it's yeah, it's this one. It says purchased January 2025. So this coffee, where are we? We're right here. This coffee is the one that I got that is the best coffee I've ever had in my life. However, it may be this coffee plus my espresso machine. I'm not really sure, but all I can tell you is this is the best coffee ever. This is whole bean, right? I think they do offer, this brand offers ground coffee. You're just going to have to look for ground. But I had never heard of this brand. To my knowledge, I think you can only get it, or I can only get it at Amazon. I've never seen it at a grocery store or anything like that. But best coffee I've had ever. I cannot express to you guys how much I love it. So I've got these three little bases. We're going to get 3 mushroom focal points. I don't know if I want the square yet, or if I want to tear them out, or if I want to fussy cut them. Let's see what one of them looks like as a square journaling card. Right now there are about the size of like a playing card. So you could do altered playing cards with these. They would fit beautifully on them. Let's kind of see how I like this. I don't really think I need to trim that side, but let's trim this bottom. I love coffee. I love the flavor of good coffee. It's so like earthy and good. That kind of looks good there, but it's a little big. Maybe this one can stay a square on there, but I think I would like it torn out. So let's tear out another one. Let's like fussy tear this one. And I'm trying to use one with a little more color because our backgrounds are very, very neutral. So let's fussy tear this guy out. So I've been doing that coffee bean ground up, and then it has a milk frother. So basically a latte is what I've been drinking. Although I'm using low fat milk and only a little bit of it because I don't really do great with dairy. I'm a little lactose intolerant, so I don't really do that great with dairy. I'm fine with it. It's not a problem as long as I have it in a small amount. I certainly, am not having a large amount of it. But so I've done steam milked, and then I have been doing 1 pump of the, is it Torani syrup, the white chocolate syrup that they have. So there is it torn out. It would need something else behind it. I mean, this paper is like the same color as this tag. So I am going to have to put something else back there, which lucky for me, I have some options. I have this, and I have these scraps of dictionary, and I have these scraps of music. So let's look at it with some dictionary behind it. But I've been loving the coffee. It's been really good. I haven't had much experience with the Torani syrups, so I think I need to do some more experimenting with the syrups and find a better, I don't know, a better syrup flavor maybe, or just different. I like that. I really like that. So we get this big typography back there in the background. Then we've got this mushroom. I can't get my words to say straight, but with this mushroom. I think we should keep the Paris showing. So that's okay start for this one. I think we're going to do this one as a square right here. He takes up nearly the entire tag, and he has a handwritten background. So we need something like book page, to go because he's got handwriting. And I have this. Let's see what it looks like to have a little piece of this. I mean, it's not quite enough. Let's see if it looks good poking out the top. Maybe even upside down poking out the top. I kind of like that. So let's do that one. Let's do this piece down here, and then I will grab another piece. So we're just going to kind of piece this together. Instead of having a big piece underneath, we're just going to have a couple little pieces poking out. Am I, or am I not? I am. So we're going to do that on that one. So there's those two. Obviously, he's going to have a label, probably same over here. And now this one, and I don't have a focal point for this guy yet. So this one is very, I don't know, very neutral in color. I'm going to try to use this green one. Maybe I'll use this one. Let's use this one. One of these two on this one. He's very brown background, so maybe we will use that one after I did all of that. Let's see. We didn't use this little scrap here, and I want to use it. So I guess let's cut out these mushrooms. I think I'm just going to tear them. I really like the torn look with this earthy botanical stuff. It kind of just looks more rough and natural, I guess. You have to go make a cuppa now. I'm sorry. I'm making everybody want coffee. I can't drink coffee really at all after, like, say 11 o'clock in the morning. That's honestly too late for me. I need to drink coffee early because it will keep me awake. Now I realize if I just did straight decaf, it'd be better, but to me, if you don't get the caffeine, what's the point of the calories, What's the point of the calories if you're not going to have the boost of caffeine? So that's why I've been doing it, is because I've been feeling the need for the caffeine. So I don't know if I'm going to even get this piece back there because it covers up so much. Let's try it. Maybe coming out that way. It just covers up so much of that pretty background. Nope. Position it like that maybe. And then we'll have to do some kind of label on these. I don't know what kind of label yet, but before we move on to label part, let's see how some music looks. So what'd you guys say about coffee? Won't print full landscape. It should be sized 8.5 by 11. The ones that I printed were 8.5 by 11. And my printer is borderless, but the pages, I resize every digital that I make. So it definitely should have the option to print 8.5 by 11 without a border around it. Sandra, send me an email so that we can troubleshoot that. I printed mine. So before I sell a digital, before I post a digital, I always print out some so that I can make sure that every page is going to print beautifully. So send me an email so that we can troubleshoot that and work through whatever's going on there. I think we're going to add a little music to all of them. So I'm basically just using little scraps here. He needs trimmed off a little bit like this. And he'll go there. And then I need a little bit more music. I don't know if we can use maybe this piece here. I'm trying not to get the words of my music. And then I'm going to go in that file and look and see if it is 8.5 by 11, because I resize every single one of them. But I'll go and make sure. So I don't want to cover up my Paris, but I maybe want some music coming somewhere in here. Maybe I could have that hanging over there. Or maybe just down at the bottom. I don't know. We'll have to play with that one, but let me go ahead and start inking and gluing these down. Kona coffee ice cream. That sounds good. Pure natural salted caramel. Really? What is the pure natural salted caramel? Is that different than regular salted caramel? Like, does it actually say that? The sugar-free French vanilla syrup? That would be good for me too. Creamy oat milk. I have not ever tried oat milk, I'm afraid. Oh my gosh. Hello, Becca. Fairlife. I drink Fairlife protein shakes every single day. The chocolate regular Fairlife protein shakes. I have not tried regular Fairlife milk. I want to. I just always forget about it. Ooh, your hubby roasts coffee beans. That sounds good. Fresh roasted coffee. Kona coffee. Onyx. Seattle's best. You guys got all the good things. Awesome. Everyday dose. Fairlife has worked for you. I'm going to try it because I really love the Fairlife protein shakes. Borderless, your printer has to be able to print borderless. It has to be a borderless capable printer. And then you have to enable the borderless in settings. And, you know, that's going to be different for every single person's printer. But it may be where I have accidentally uploaded one that was not 8.5 by 11. But I will double check because I did print it. This is printed. All of mine are printed right from those same files. When I print them out, I print them on a couple different kinds of paper because not everybody has the same paper at home. And I don't want to sell something that isn't going to work right, you know, for the most common kinds of paper. So I print them out on a 20 pound and my regular 28 pound that I use for everything. And then I print them out on a cardstock just to kind of, you know, make sure everything's good. But my printer settings are, you know, standard. Like I've upped them. I am going to do a video for you guys, but I have upped all of my printer settings and I'll talk to you guys all about that. But definitely some things to do if you're going to print digitals for kits or for journals all the time. Doesn't matter as far as size though. That would not change it. But, you know, I have been a little scatterbrained. I don't know if it's just, so I have fibromyalgia and that definitely causes brain fog, but my brain has been much worse lately. And the only thing I can really attribute it to is the psoriasis. I know you guys, you know, you're constantly looking at it. Unfortunately, for me, the psoriasis is the worst on my hands. And then I have psoriatic arthritis. And so I was actually doing some research on psoriasis because it's a new thing for me. I haven't had it for very long. April or so of last year. And I started as a rash on my hands and I couldn't figure out what it was. And I know we've discussed this many times, but anyway, I realized that the arthritis I'm getting in my hands is the psoriatic arthritis that goes along with that rash. And so, you know, I was kind of coming to the realization that my crafting days are kind of numbered because at some point having such bad psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis, there is going to be a point where I'm not going to be able to craft anymore. And that's going to make me very, very sad because I use my hands all the time for so much little detail work that eventually the type of psoriatic arthritis that I have, it's going to make me not be able to like use my hands, right? It's gonna, I have a kind that affects the bones, and it will make your fingers kind of curled and inward and not very attractive looking. But worse than that is you are not going to be able to craft. So it is what it is, and I need to get it all in while I can. So it's not really a whole lot you can do about it other than take that biologic medicine, which I will take after my daughter's wedding. I've just been waiting, for the right time. I don't want to start a new medicine and then not feel good or something like that. So that's kind of that. Let's go ahead and ink these while I have it out. But I found that that's kind of the pain that I've been having in my hands. And it's been making my brain more foggy, I think, too. And so I'm really looking forward to taking a new medicine after my daughter gets married. Because I need my brain. You guys need me to need my brain. I can't be so scatterbrained all the time. And by scatterbrained, I'm remembering a million different things. Unfortunately, it's just not as good as it used to be. And I would say part of it is just aging, but it is far more than just aging. I'm sure it is. I couldn't possibly either that, or I'm going to be really afraid for my children, because when I'm really old, it's going to be impossible to function unless something's changed. I just don't want to be a burden to my kids, I don't want to become that. So we gotta make some changes and get healthier. All right. Yeah, my finger here is having a lot of issues. It's got a big bunch of bumps on it. And it's really painful, like the bumps. And that could be lupus too, but it's just getting a bunch of bumps. And the other one is kind of similar, but the joint fluid leaks out of the joints and it kind of collects there on your fingers, and it's really painful. But I've got psoriasis so bad that it's actually getting into, the cracks between your fingers, and it's uncomfortable anyway. But the arthritis part of it in the morning, it's so stiff, and it's like I use my hands probably more for delicate, like detail work than a lot of people do. And so, just one more thing to add to the list of things. And I'm trying to not be like upset about it, because, what are you going to do? But hopefully when you take the medicine, I'm sure some of you guys out there suffer from it too. And so I'm not, I don't want to get in trouble or with YouTube, but I don't think we will. But if you guys take a medicine that you guys have found that is working for you, let me know that. Like, even if you don't want to say it publicly, let me know, because I'm serious, like needing to find a good medicine for this. I need to craft. I need my hands to work, and I need to have less pain. Less pain overall. It's not just my hands that have arthritis. I have a tremendous amount of back arthritis and other arthritis. It's just I have a much older body than what I actually am in years. Like, my brain and body they act much older than they should, which is kind of sad, but it is what it is. So this guy needs to go up and this guy needs to go down. With glue stick, I might get it to squish up. Yes. If that was art glitter, forget it. It would not. Okay, so that'll work. And then we're going to stick him on there. And thank you guys for hanging out and crafting with me. I know that my style of crafting, I can't do fast. I'm not a slap it on, glue it on kind of a person. I have to think about things and make things that look good to my eye. And I know that takes time. And, this style of craft with me is not for everyone, because I do take my time with it and make sure that I like what I'm making. There are a lot of people who, they like crafting with pre-made stuff, or, digitals or whatever, and that's fine. It's just my style. I do take a little bit more time, and it's not better or worse. It's just different. I was tearing that off anyway, so that's okay. We're going to tear this one off here in just a minute. Maybe right now. Yes, we are. Okay, so there's that. This craft sheet has been well loved for a very long time. And now I've got this little piece, and I really don't want all of this white at the bottom. And I also don't want it that long. And I guess it's coming in from that angle. Trigger finger, carpal tunnel. Ooh, goodness. See, that stuff is so painful for us as crafters, as makers. Rinvoq for 3 years without symptoms. Wow. Okay, so that's a good one. Is that an injection or is that a pill that you take? Because I am definitely needing to find something. This music's going to go upside down. It is. It's just going to go upside down right there. That's where I want it to be. But down more. Okay, there we go. So there's this guy for starters. He is going to get some kind of little label either up here or up here, but there he is for starters. For starters. Okay, let's work on this one now. So I know we were going to put him here. He does have this rather straight edge right here. So there's that. There's my little mushrooms. I just want a hint of that typography showing through. And then I've got this piece of music. Okay, it works. Not my favorite one, but it works. And so we're gluing this. Paraffin. Wait, I got to read some chat now. Let me get this stuck down and let me read chat. Unfortunately, the monitor is to the side of me. In the other room, it is not a monitor, but it's in front of me. And that will help me out quite a bit. In this room, it's a computer monitor and it's to the side. And so you can't look at what you're doing and look at chat. So let me read some chat here. Okay. Sky Rizzy. Paraffin. Wow. I'm going to have to look into all of these things. Yes, the rheumatologist. Yes. I see lots of you have this and have similar things. Pinky fingers. Yep. A lot of us suffering from this. Carpal tunnel. I don't take anything for it yet. I've been waiting till after this big event gets over with just because I don't do well with a lot of medicines. They make me feel ill, so. Okay, thank you, Sandra. Just, yeah, if you messaged me, we'll get with it and we'll get it fixed. And I'll do that video on printing, I promise. It's coming. Change your mind often? Yeah. It's just, I'm not like, I think to be fast, you have to use more like pre-printed ready-made things, and I'm just not, that's not my thing. Like I don't do a lot of that. These I'm using pre-made backgrounds just to help me along, get some kind of, you know, texture and pattern back there. But normally I would have used some kind of original paper for that too. So this can go from this side down here, or it can go from this side. It's going to go from that side, but that really is loading up that side. I don't want to cover that up, but it's going to have to cover that one. Sad, sad. And I think I inked it wrong too. So let's put it on. Ooh, we got some glue with that one. Love it. We got a little bit extra glue there. There we go. It rubs off. There's that guy for now. These will have hole reinforcers up at the top that are like brown, so that's good. We got one left of this one, and this craft mat is getting pretty gooey. Like, I don't know if you guys can see. It's got lots and lots of dry glue on it. So let me find a better spot. Let's try using this one. Probably time for a new one, which there probably is one laying around here. Thank you guys for sharing your stories and your medicine with me. I am looking to see what people take that is good for it. I'm sure the doctor will tell me to take something, but unfortunately, when doctors get kickbacks and get paid to write prescriptions for certain medicines, it kind of compromises their ability to just give a medicine because it is honestly the best choice. And so I do like to do my own research and, um, you know, I guess just let's leave it at do my own research. um, where I live, I don't know if it's the same everywhere, but the doctors here, they're very much in bed with those drug companies, and those drug reps come in and they all get money for their prescriptions that they write. And it's just unfortunate. We don't have a good doctor that I'm aware of in my location. Like, I covered up that Paris and I said I wasn't going to. I did. So all the ones that we have seen lately, I have been very unimpressed with, and I'm not trying to be mean, but I just have very little faith in them anymore. So there's that. And I'm just very sensitive to medicines to begin with. I'd rather not take any, but unfortunately, some things became necessary. So basically, I just did little clusters. I could have built the clusters off camera too and then just like glued them to a backing. But this is the 3 that we did there. And I have little bits of glue that's dried everywhere. It's got to go over there. And there we go. There's the 3 of them. Now we could put some little labels on these. Let me look at chat for just a second. I've never tried the paraffin. I am going to have to try the paraffin. Hi, Wendy. Peeling potatoes can be risky. I see. Oh, it's okay, Christy. We got it. A paraffin heater. So you just like dip your hands in paraffin? Is that what it is, basically? I'm with you on the huge mess. So does it coat your hand in wax and you peel it off, or? Tell me how the paraffin actually works. Like, I'll look it up, but yeah, I just have to be very careful because my body, it generally just makes me feel worse than if I didn't take it. Now there are some things I have to take because I can't go on without them, but I try. Yeah. Injections, yes. Yes. That's true, Alice. That's true. That's great for you that you have that situation where no, not for that, Nicole. Only for cancer screenings. Genetic testing definitely should. When will I have time for that? I don't know. I think you just spit in a tube and mail it in, but that's what I did for the cancer screenings. So it's a large vat that you dip your hand into several times and then it peels off. Oh, you put plastic gloves on and then dip hands in. So is it just the warming sensation then of the wax? I don't know. I'm trying to understand. I'm going to look it up, but it sounds like something I would like because it sounds very relaxing. So there's those 3 for the beginnings. I know you guys will probably not, be super happy that I went ahead and started without you guys, but they're just 3 tags. They're all slightly different. So there's that. And they just have file folder. They have little bits that need trimmed off too. But there's those. I'm trying to figure out where I'm going to put them. Let's make something else. Sometimes it's just fun to play with paper. Let me clean up this mess that I've got going. And just see what we can fold and make. I don't know if I'll do that. Or if I'll just make some pockets. I always need pockets. I bet you guys always need pockets too. I find I need pockets way more than I need tags, and that's like a constant thing for me. Okay. So I had these things that we could decorate, but again, it would be very neutral. Oh, here's a clean one, or a cleaner one. I have these sheets of copy dyed dictionary paper, and I've been sitting here staring at them, trying to figure out something that we could make with them. We could just make little envelope pockets. I don't know. I feel like that's boring. I want to use them. I think these just need to go in the garbage. Pocket making mode. 5 signature journal to fill. That's a whole lot of pockets, Soldier Mom. Dip clean hands directly in the wax. Ooh, cool. Hydroxychloroquine. I have heard of that. Well, Wendy, they have been dancing around the lupus my whole life, basically, because I'm allergic to the sunshine, and I live in Arizona, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. But I have all of the symptoms and everything, but they told me I didn't have it because I didn't have a positive ANA. However, in the last year, my ANA has been positive, and it remains positive. But they said I have psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis. I'm sure they're probably going to tell me I have lupus too eventually, but um, that's what I have as far as that kind of situation goes with autoimmune. And so we were just talking about the type of psoriatic arthritis he said I have is the kind that kind of destroys your bones, or affects your bones. And so at some point, this arthritis that I have very bad right now in my hands, I have the rashes on my hands, like that's the psoriasis. And psoriasis, so for every different skin color, psoriasis looks different. I'm very pale, and so this is what my psoriasis looks like. And so for other people, psoriasis will look different. And so I think that's why for me, it took so long for me to realize that this was psoriasis, because in the beginning it didn't look like psoriasis at all. And so you guys were with me when I was trying to figure out what it was. But anyway, that's what we were talking about, and what medicines people were taking that worked well for them for their psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis, that kind of stuff. Because I need to start taking something. My hands are hurting really bad, and I'm just kind of I'm feeling it. So that's what we were talking about. Supplements. I have a love-hate relationship with supplements. I take some very basic ones, but I'm also in that mode of not wanting to take a bunch of those either. Once you dip, cover with plastic and wrap in a towel, so it's keeping it warm for a while. I see. Heat therapy, awesome. Oh no, Mrs. E. Oh no. Oh wait, here we go. The wax is on your hands, but plastic over that, and then terry gloves over that for. Oh, I see. I see. Awesome, guys. Well, thank you for sharing all of that information, all of your stories. Hashimoto. Yeah. Thank you guys for sharing. Well, you guys say that I'm young, but my daughter is 29 years old, so I'm not that young. My daughter's 29. Um, yeah, I know autoimmune diseases are kind of tricky. So we're making mini albums out of greeting cards on Friday. That's the class on Friday. It's mini albums out of greeting cards. If you don't have any greeting cards that you like, the reason why we're using greeting cards is because it's just a very simple, easy cover for a journal. So I'm going to use the greeting cards that are beautiful Italian greeting cards. However, you can use any kind of greeting card. And you can, if you don't have a greeting card, you could just use a piece of cardstock that we're going to cut to a greeting card size and score down the center and fold. So you can use anything like that. And then from there, you're just going to want whatever you're going to want for mini journal pages, whatever you want to make mini journal pockets and tags. And that's where we're going to go with it. And then whatever you want to use for binding your mini journal. I'm going to use a variety of different things because I'm going to make several. So you guys will see me bind one traditionally with like a 3-hole. You're going to see me bind it with seam binding or sari and put the bow on the back side of the journal spine. So you'll see different things. I even want to make one with a fabric spine. So there's different ways of doing it, but we're just going to make mini journals on Friday. No, I have said this many times. I do use a filter. StreamYard is the main service that you guys see the part of for cameras is StreamYard. And so StreamYard has a filter built into it, and it kind of just smooths out all the wrinkles and that kind of stuff. I'm less like nervous or unhappy about the front facing camera if there's a filter on it. I didn't used to use it at all, but then I started, and now it's like when you put fake eyelashes on and then you take fake eyelashes off, you, after having them and not having them, you realize I really like fake eyelashes. So having the filter and then not using the filter makes me think I really like using the filter. The filter makes my face like just perfect, like whatever texture, smoothness. And it's like, okay, well, I'm using the expensive creams, but the filter works really good. I do have a favorite face cream and face serum. And they're new. My kids got them for me for Christmas. They're from the L'Occitane brand, and you can get them on Amazon. That's where my kids got them. And there's a serum and like a moisturizer, and they are my favorite ones I've ever used. The scent of them is amazing. I need to start making something. The scent of them is amazing, but I have really had great results with them, and I don't usually have like visible results. So I was very, very happy with my Christmas presents. They got me awesome things for Christmas. They got me a beautiful cross necklace, and my coffee maker was technically for Christmas, and so they got the L'Occitane for me for Christmas too. And part of that was for lotion on the hands because that one is extra creamy. Here's a nice piece of cardstock we can make something with. There's a journal page. This needs to go over here. I don't know, we need something. There's another piece of cardstock. So let's take this envelope. I don't like the way it goes around that. And this one's too small. Do I have another smaller envelope over here? I have some little coffee dyed things off to the side of my desk. I don't see it over there. Okay. Well, let's see what we can do about kind of getting some of these stuck together here. I have some skinny little tags. They're not really skinny, but some smaller tags in a journal card and a couple pieces of cardstock. We need to make something out of them. I've got this little piece of embossed paper. A little piece of embossed paper would be beautiful up there. Let's do that. Let's do that to decorate the top of that one. So he's just going to be like a little tag, and he's going to have this embossed paper. I don't know if you guys can see the embossed paper at the top. And then we'll save this big piece because this could be another one somewhere. These go in the trash. And you know I want to stick a lady on this. Anytime there's a tall space, I just want to stick a beautiful lady on there. I have this little bit of music. I don't know about using it. It's pretty small. Let me see what else we have. It's a bigger piece of music. That might go on that one. I'm still trying to find a place to use this handwriting. I like this handwriting with the botanical, like, mushroomy. It just looks really old and field notey. I'm going to save that for that. I need some kind of focal point. I am lacking focal points. I don't know about you guys, but I need to sit down and make some digitals that have some focal points, because I find it hard, really hard to find nice focal points. Like, these are straight scans out of a book, and sometimes I just cut the ladies out of them. You see what else I have that we can use for a focal point. Maybe we could, no, it's blue. I don't want to make any more blue ephemera. I feel like we have a ton of blue ephemera, and I don't want to make any more blue. These are great. Maybe we could put this on here. It's very big though. Need to print them smaller. Looking for junk in my junk pile. There's got to be junk somewhere in here that we can use for a focal point. I mean, I have these. They're sitting in here. Obviously, I can pull ladies out of those. Let's pull ladies out of those and use some Florentine paper. I mean, that's like a super simple go-to. I was looking to see what else I have for focal point images. Ooh, I have these. Again, they're blue, but they're here. This cute little girl. Where's my tag? It's too tall. You guys can't see my pile that I'm digging through anymore. I'm sorry. I need to get back where you guys can see it. Okay, so here's some fun Florentine paper. Let's use that little scrap. And here's a focal point. Just a little black and white image. Use her. Here's a focal point. We'll use that. And here's the little French kids postcards. We could use those for focal points. Okay, let's see how we do with that. And I just saw some doilies in here. Let me grab a doily too. And this label. I keep finding things in my messy, messy pile of stuff. Here's a couple labels. And some handwriting. More handwriting. Right, well now we have plenty to play with. All right, so we were doing this on this one. I'm thinking of putting some music on this one. I need a large focal point. I think this can go on that. Maybe she can go on there with something underneath of her and around her. Some kind of something there and that. And that or that. And we need a focal point still for this one. We have a couple fun little colorful bits. Maybe we should use the Florentine with some of these. It's a little bright for them. Need a little different Florentine. I'm going to cut this little sweet girl out with her purple flowers. And then I'm going to pay attention to chat. Sorry, I was digging in my pile of goodies. That's true, Jody. I have done that so many times. I have just in my mind, when you like watch a person on YouTube, she's talking about when you watch a person on YouTube, like their videos, and you see their hands and what they're making and hear their voice. And eventually, you know, if they do a video showing their face, your mind instantly creates a person or over time creates a person in your head that you think someone is or what they look like or whatever. And then whenever you finally do see their face, oftentimes they don't look like what you thought that they were going to look like. The human brain does that automatically, where they start attaching an image of a person's face to a voice, to, you know, little different mannerisms and stuff like that. I think that part of the human brain is so interesting. She can go on there. Then we need to cut this guy out. And I know I want to cut him smaller. So we're going to cut him with no border. I'm sure I don't look like what you guys thought I did, or maybe I do. I don't know. You guys have seen my face probably more than you saw my hands because I've been doing, live sales a lot longer than I've been doing the daily videos where you mostly see my hands. There's that. She's actually already cut out, so I guess she's good. She could use some inking, and then we'll call her good. A radio disc jockey, that sounds fun. The rag paper books, I'm telling you guys, I told you I love them, and I truly love rag paper. It's different. It's very, very different than regular paper. And after you get it and you've had it, in your hands, you'll start noticing when you're out and about, like at the thrift store or at your antique store. Like if you can find rag paper books at your thrift store is way nicer than my thrift store. But I'm not saying they're not out there. I don't know. Go look for them. Maybe they are, but you'll know because you have one and you can feel what it feels like, in your hand. So when you are out and about, you'll be able to tell. Right? This one seems like it needs inked. This guy up here, like, he's a little too white, and I just kind of want to go very gently over some of this relief. I don't know how to show you right there. So just very, very gently to kind of bring forward or backward some bits of that. So I made sure I did it last so I didn't get too much because I'm not trying to have dark. I just want some difference. It's barely there. Okay, let's see what we got and kind of work with these. These are just pretty ephemera that I can use anywhere, right? It doesn't have to be a specific journal. So the bases for these, all of them, are just original antique things that I've glued to coffee dyed cardstock. So that's why I said if you go to Hobby Lobby and get a pack of 100 sheets of the white, that's what this is. It's Hobby Lobby 12 by 12 sheets of cardstock. It comes in a pack of 100 sheets at Hobby Lobby, just plain white scrapbooking cardstock, and then coffee dye it, and then from there you can just glue your original stuff to it to strengthen it because now it's like super sturdy. And so I'm going to glue this up here at the top. Eventually this will probably be cut into a tag shape. Then this little girl is going to go on here, and she might, no, she's definitely going over the top. And then we're going to have this little label. This little label I just found laying around, so that's the one we're going to use. And I'll be too picky about it. I am going to use art glitter on this, though, if I have it in here. A bigger book now? I know. I'm sorry. They're coming. I have a whole bunch of new books that I brought in to restock the room with because we sold a lot of books. But I have large ones. I have small ones. I found a bunch of dictionaries that are antique French rag paper dictionaries that I had saved to take apart. I might make some page packs out of them, but some of them will offer whole for people who just want to have them. But there's that. And of course, we're going to finish Ledgermania #2. And we're going to have the Italian paper will be here. We're going to have a whole lot of things to get to. And you guys know, usually when I take some time off and when I come back, I do a super sale. I'm not saying I'm going to this time because I don't know yet, but we might have like a whole week of sale when I get back. When I get back, like I'm here the whole time, I'm not leaving. I'm just not selling this week. But I might do a super sale where we have a sale every day of the week. This month, we'll see. Like later this month. Too high, too low, sliding it around. There we go. The base of this was just a sheet of ledger paper. So there's that. And then let's get this little guy. He actually needs his corners inked. I thought he was inked, but I think that's just printed ink. So now he's really inked. It's white 12. So here's the thing. It doesn't have to come from Hobby Lobby, and it's not specific. Just the one that I use is a pack of 100 sheets of white 12 by 12 cardstock, scrapbooking cardstock from Hobby Lobby. You might be able to order it online. Usually my store has them, but if they don't, sometimes they have the 100 pack, sometimes they only have the 50 pack. So you'll have to see. I'm not really loving that label. I kind of wish there was something else. So I'm going to have to add like a little flower or a little embellishment or something else over there. But for now, she's done. I don't know if I will cut her into a tag shape and maybe then I will like her more. I don't know. We'll see. I got a little overhang here. So there's her. And yes, you can see my paper underneath, and that's okay. This right here is a wrinkle on the corner of the original one. It's not even cut straight really, but it was just a scrap off of something that we had made. I don't know what. And so let's ink around the whole thing and then maybe I'll like it more. I don't know. I don't know if I want to leave it a tall, skinny journal card or if I want to make it a tag. I do like it better inked that way. We'll leave it for now, but don't you guys think a little purple flower right here would be cute? I forget completely to use my paper flowers. I have a bin of them that I just dumped all the little packages in, and I just have a bin of paper flowers. I really need to remember to use those. You're going to be 73 soon? Well, happy birthday. Waiting patiently for the ledger stencil. Oh, the ledger number stencil. I forgot about those. Remind me next time I do have a live sale. They are behind me. We can do them. We just need to have time. I don't want to cover all of this up, but I do want some. I'm not super happy with this music. Let me peek in this pile and see if I can find a better music. I want something where the music is closer together. There's a different, it's the other half of the same sheet basically. See how far it's spaced apart? I want something where it is tighter. This one is better. It's not exactly what I wanted, but it is better. And then there's this one. These are all just scraps in this mess that I have over here. I just found a bunch of die cuts, so we're going to make some things embellished with die cuts. And now I found the perfect music. So I just need to grab it. There's that one and this one and this guy and this. So we're going to use German scrap to decorate, and that's my focal points for the next round of random things. I think I want this one. It's the kind of same creaminess as the background of this picture too. So let's use that. What's happening out there? A stamp with the ledger font? Yes, there are many, as well as I will make you guys one. Yep, we have our own line of stamps coming. We have our own line of everything coming, but somebody has to have time to finish that. And then they will be here. I don't want to cover up everything, but I do want this down here. And then what about this? It's like too much creamy, but I'm going to do it. I don't care. I'm going to do it. We're just going to have very creamy. In truth, it would have been better to use the white music, but too late. We're using this one. Do I want this to go over it though? I do. Okay. So guys, I'm going to ask you if you guys have something for sale, because I know somebody is going to have a market. I was told somebody is having a market. I'm going to ask you guys not to talk about that market because I love to support all of you. I just can't support that channel. But somebody is having a market and I would love to support all of you. So if you guys would like to post your stuff that is for sale, like if you have something left over from that market, you guys are more than welcome to post it into the Facebook group. That's always allowed. But if you guys have something left over, I got that really high. You guys are more than welcome to post it there. And so to answer that person's question, I would love to support you guys that way. I'm super happy that you guys are getting crafty and making things. And if there's anything else that I can do to support you guys, let me know. I love it that you guys are using your stash of supplies. That makes me very happy. For those of you that know, you know I have a history with that channel. And so that is the reason why. I'm not going to talk about it or whatever. But I wish that person all the luck, all the best wishes in the world. It's just not something where we left it where I would be comfortable supporting it. But I do have, good wishes for that person. And I don't have any, like, I don't wish them bad. I don't wish anybody bad. I wish her really good success. And I hope that, everything is going great for her, because when things go good for her, they go good for everybody in this community. So I do, have best wishes, but it's just not something where I'm going to promote it here. Do you know what I mean? But I am going to support you guys and what you make. And then if you guys, there's something else you guys need, or you have questions, something else I can help you with, please let me know. And then I hope that you guys all have a great time and do good over there. Hopefully you guys know what I'm talking about. Stamp that you can change the numbers. I actually have one of those automatic numbering things, and I really do like them. Mine is vintage, but it's kind of hard to keep it inked. I don't know what if you have the same one, but the one that I have is very hard to keep it inked. Like the ink, it goes up in a little like felty pad. Maybe you could like take it apart and replace the felty pad, but I can't get mine enough ink dripped into that little pad to keep it inked for more than a couple stamps. No clue. That's all right. Like I said, I'm not going to promote that part of it, but I just want to support you guys. Grandbaby's second birthday. Oh my gosh, Ria. I can't believe that that's that fast, because I remember when you got the grandbaby and I can't believe it's already been 2 years. Wow. Wow. Well, that's a happy occasion, a birthday. I can't wait for, well, I mean, I can, but for those of you that don't know, I'm also going to be a grandmother. I'm going to be a grandmother at the end of August, beginning of September kind of time frame. And so I'm just, I'm obviously over the moon excited about it, but I'm also a little bit like, how does that work? It's my first grandbaby. Yours you use with a stamp pad. See, mine is like an automatic thing, and like it has a big wooden handle, and you stamp it down, and each time you stamp it, the number changes like one more number. Like if it was 357, then it's 358. So, it has that. I don't know. I just need to bring it in here and show you guys. It has like this old felty, because it's vintage. It has this old felty ink pad, and I can't figure out where there is a way to replace that. It just doesn't, it's so old and dry. Do you know how like ink pads, they get old and dry? It just doesn't really hold that much ink anymore. So I need to try to fix that if I want to keep using that. I don't often do the glue stick over the doily for that exact reason, but I did. And now we've got glue everywhere. So we're just going to stick this on, and I'm going to position it pretty far over that way and get that lined back up. And then she's going to go right over the top of it. Pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. So now that I've got it all gluey on that side, I'm going to open up this side. Oh, really? Now, is Sydney pregnant currently, or is this a grandbaby you already have? You have to manually move each wheel. I have one of those ones too, but I honestly don't use those vintage things enough. I need to use those vintage things more. Definitely need to use those vintage things more. Yeah. Okay, so I need this to not be stuck to me right now. Okay, there's that. We're gluing this one on. This is the old Oohoo glue stick. So it's magic blue, but when they're old, they turn white. And it still works just fine. It just doesn't have as much blue, or it's not blue anymore. And so this one is kind of like, I want to use it up and get rid of it, which is why I put it over the doily, knowing it was going to eat a lot of it. I'm just ready for one that I can see where I actually have glue and where I don't have glue. I know that you asked about them, and I do have them. I just need to get them out. If you guys remind me next time I'm selling to get those kind of things, well, I don't want to do that. Let me plan a night where I've got that kind of stuff. I know that you guys are asking for it, and they are here. It's just the wheel stamps I need to go through. Some of them, they have missing numbers, but I have the missing number because they came off in transit, and I'll glue them back on, but I want to glue them back on with something super strong, like maybe a Gorilla Glue or something. So I need to go through those, but we will do them. They're here. One has definitely got your name on it, Crystal. I just need to have time to do that for sure. For sure, for sure. Okay. So we did that. So that's these three. They're just super basic. Like this guy needs something. She needs a little flower. This one probably needs a little something too, but they're all kind of lacking in the decor since they were just made from a scraps. Yeah, just remind me, Crystal, when I do sell them. I will try to remember to send you a message, but when I do sell them, just remind me that I said you have dibs on one. And then we have enough ledger stencil numbers, so we don't have to worry about that. But I don't have a ton of those little well, there's large and small wheel stamp things. These are these three. I've got super yucky sticky glue like everywhere on this one that I'm going to have to like rub off, but it comes off. It just needs a glue eraser. But there's that one and that one and that one. So these two actually have color, but this one is all just plain. It really needs something, I don't know, somewhere on here. Maybe I just need to cut them into tag shape and I will like them. Let's do it. I didn't hear. Is Soldier Mom currently pregnant? Did I get an answer? Old phone books? I have had them and sold them before. I don't currently have any of them. Gigi, too young to be called grandma. So you are grandma. Oh, you do have a granddaughter. Awesome. Awesome. Postage stamp. Maybe that would be a good way to add a little something. That's a good thing. Let me think about that here for a second. Because while I do have some antique postage stamps somewhere in this room, do you think I have them where I could reach them? No, I do not. I want to look at purple for this lady. Does he have a page of purple ones, or did he skip purple? I think there is purple right here. I don't know. It adds something, but I really want something right here. And I can't really get it. It's too big for right there. I need something smaller. I'm not opposed to putting it here. In fact, I might just do it, but I still need something smaller down there. I really want a little flower. I have some little flowers that I made in the other room. So I use these. They have good sticky on them. They really do. He did a good job with the sticky on these. However, I always put art glitter just to make sure that it's going to stay stuck forever. And the reason why I put it up here is to kind of like opposite corners to balance that. It's okay. It added a little more color. I like that. I don't think I'm going to get one over here, but where did the pink page go? Maybe blue on this guy. I don't know where we would put it, but this ledger has like a blue line that goes through it. Cluster, do my flower. Your first grand turned 12 in January. That's awesome. Sid is done having babies. I had two and I would have loved to have had more, but like I said, fertility is not a strong point, and I got divorced when my son is 4, so was 4. So that was not really in the cards for me, unfortunately, but I would have loved to have more kids. Maybe this lady head stamp, but where would we put it? Let me pull it off and then let's see where we would put it. I mean, just kind of like clustered down here. Oh, you guys can't see, sorry. It is blue, but it's coming through a little more purple. I mean, I could find one that's maybe blue, but just kind of clustering it. It's hard to see with my finger there, but if I put it right here, I don't want it to stick. Something kind of clustery in that area, maybe down a little bit more. It's hard to like, it's going to stick and then ruin it. But I can't put it here and I can't really put it there. So I think if we do one, we got to do it down here. Me. I don't know about that one. And then so if I audition it and I don't like it, I just kind of stick it back in there. I'm going to look for a pink one for this one just because we're here and we're doing this now. Ooh, the pink is very bright though. See, Tim loves this and I need super, super pastel shabby. So I would have to have old one for pink because there is no good pastel pink. Sometimes you can look at orange, but no pastel pink in there. Okay, so that was it for those. We got a purple one. Good suggestion though. Good suggestion. I kind of liked the blue one at the bottom too, but I'm going to hold out for something better. I don't know what better is going to be yet, but I'm going to hold out for something better for that. Let me see what else we've got. I've got a big bin of like all kinds of other decorating bits. I got my Tim Holtz fabric in. I have every color so far. I am waiting on, I got yellow. I don't know what's after yellow, but I got yellow. What comes after yellow? Green in the color wheel? Anyway, the Tim Holtz fabric I'm saving for a project that I will share with you all eventually. Tim Holtz fabric. There's like little bits like this, but unfortunately no purple. Okay, so we're going to leave these for now. I do like this cut back into a tag shape, and I probably would like this one as a tag also. I'm just going to keep doing it, and then we're moving on. We're moving on. And this angle does not match. There we go. So I do like them better as tags. That's true. And obviously this is just a super fat journal card. And you could cut it down depending on where your spot was. But we started those. Those are okay. I'm good with those for now. What else do you guys want to make? What did I say I was going to make? What's Alice making? You need a neutral color? Oh, I need a neutral color. Yes, probably. Making a journal for Hazel Grace right now. Awesome. Awesome. The Tim Holtz fabric for Christmas, awesome. I've been stocking up on it because I'm having fear. I'm having total FOMO with Tim Holtz stuff because the Tim Holtz stuff, I don't know. It's. I'm sure he says it's going to be here, but I'm just having FOMO because what if I don't get enough of it and he stops making it, or they stop making it, they retire because he's not making new now. So I'm kind of afraid. Like, what if? Oh, this is what we're gonna work on. I'm like, what are we gonna work on? I'm afraid that they're gonna like not have it. So while I don't love everything, obviously it's not all for junk drawing. I do love a lot of it. And so the fabric, this fabric is a one-time thing as far as I know. I don't think they're gonna make this fabric forever, and it's pretty much selling out as soon as one color gets released. So I've been buying the colors as they come out, but I think the next one is green or orange. I don't know. No, not orange. What comes after yellow? It's pink, it's red, it's orange, and then it's yellow, blue. I don't know. I have to go look at my wall of bottles. So I have these. These are original French tags, and I'm meaning to scan some of them, because I have a big bunch of these now in different like French tags. So I'm going to scan them and turn them into a digital so we can just have like a whole sheet of these and a whole sheet of these and all the other ones that I have. So I'm not going to use the originals, but I do want to make something and decorate them with these. These are German scrap, and that is coming, but it is taking a long time because it is like the slow method of shipping from Germany. But it is coming. So we have all kinds of springish flowers here. And then there's one gigantic lady that needs a very large tag. Lady, but she's really a little girl. I have a flower fairy. So if you guys want my opinion, which you probably don't, but if you do, I would maybe, if I was thinking of turning my March kit into a botanical fairy journal, um, and if you don't want to make 2 fairy journals this year, I would say maybe skip making this botanical kit into a fairy botanical kit for March, the one that I've just mailed you guys, because we are going to have a fairy journal that is fairy themed in the near future. So I'm just going to say that, because what if you make your botanical journal for March into fairies and then the very next one is fairies? Hint, hint. You may not like that. So I think the next one is going to be fairies. I'll just be blunt about it. I think the next one is going to be fairies. So I'm not going to make my botanical one fairies. I'm going to make it, woman scientist, botanist, kind of, more scientific. I did want to tell you guys that too, because I know some people probably were thinking about doing fairy. And in truth, I was thinking about doing steampunk fairy, but it would have still been more grungy. I have this piece that's already glued to cardstock. I'm looking for bases now to put these ladies on. So I think we're going to do fairy journals for the month of April. We'll do some beautiful fairies. That's what I just said, fairies. Flower fairies. And then maybe May might be the last one where we are like pretty and flowery and happy, and then we'll switch it up and do something else. I need some kind of bases for these. Somewhere in here there is some cardstock. Not enough fairies? Fairy journal? You'd make every fairy journal awesome. Well, I was kind of thinking, well, what if I don't tell them the next one's a fairy journal and then they make this one a fairy journal and then they're unhappy? Because the next one I think is like, I don't know. I don't know that you could. It's pink and it's beautiful and it's fairies. I don't know. I mean, it's not totally pink, but we need bases badly. There's like a beautiful French little thing that we could tuck behind one of these. There's another half of it, or a folded doily. There's some blue handwriting and some dictionary page. And some labels, and some tiny music, and a whole lot more music. Let's grab some of this music out of here. Okay. So, we're going to put some of these. What I hate about this is that it's glued to either cardstock or paper. I don't know what. It's very flexible still. And if I make something this way, the music is up and down. So I think I'm going to save this and chop it up into smaller, like journal card pieces or something. I don't know what I'm going to do with that yet, but not use it. We have regular handwriting back here that we're going to use. This is the original document that handwriting came out of. This guy. And I found another die cut. I'm crumpling up paper over there. All right, so let's use one of these. Let's put it on some cardstock and start making a base. So I know that news thing is happening soon, and so I'm appreciating the fact that you guys are hanging out with me. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Steampunk Fairy, there's a digital kit that's coming for that for sure. I want to make the journal with it, but I'm not like a steampunky master, so that one would be a little more of a challenge for my brain. So anyone who claimed a kit outside of live sales is on wait list, because all the people who claimed a kit in the live sale have taken the kits so far. I will have more kits available for wait list people. I am making more kits, but just waiting on one supply to fill the package. But if you want to reach out to me on Messenger again, just to, put that information out there and in front of my face again, that never hurts. But people who claimed a kit in the live sale got their name on the list for the kits first, and then any kit that was left over after that goes to people who claimed outside of live sales. So for right now, everyone else is on wait list, and I'm going to fill them as soon as I can. Like I said, I'm making more, but it does take a minute. Teacup fairies, that sounds very fun too. That gives me an idea. Teacup fairies. Steampunk and gears, I know, but it's just not my normal go-to. And so while it's good to stretch your brain and stretch your creativity, and I definitely want to do that, I just hesitate to make like a whole kit and a whole journal with you guys when it's a harder thing for me. I don't know. Maybe it's just a good exercise. We probably should just do it. But so maybe we will do steampunk fairies. At least it can still be lacy and fairies. But this is more what I'm thinking for the fairy journal for April. Like pretty fairy. Like, I don't know, floral fairy. Let's just make something. I'm looking for a piece of cardstock and I have not found one yet. So if I need to go grab one, let me see what's under my desk. There's more paper under my desk. There is. There's 12 by 12 copy dyed right there. Okay, good. Mamagami for a journal cover? Yes. And Mamagami will be a video on the 365 series. That's actually a good idea for today's video because I don't really have a plan. So we could do Mamagami for today, the video I filmed today. So I'm just going to glue this down and we're going to cut this into a couple of tags or journal cards. It's not a whole page, but it is a large page. Let's glue this one because we can get basically the whole entire thing on there. So we just have to choose which side of this document is ugly. Well, I guess this is the ugly side, but not by much. We're going to glue it down. This should use up the rest of my glue stick, which will make me happy. I'm just going to wipe this off instead of like worrying about it. I'm just going to wipe that off. I don't know why I didn't earlier. Okay, there's that gluey mess taken care of. And now we can begin. The Splat Fairy book, I have not. I wanted to do a tea journal, like, teapots and teacups, but I wasn't sure, when we get into those kind of themes, I don't know how many of you guys would do that. Like when I build a journal kit, I've been trying to keep them where it will appeal to the masses, or at least you could, you know, tweak it with stuff that you have to go to a certain aesthetic. Like the botanical could go many different ways, right? And the neutral one obviously can go, you could have used that stuff for anything. But if I get into very specifics like teapot fairy, etc., less people will appeal to less people, and I love it. I think it's great. There's many journals that I would like to make because I think they're great, but just because I think they're great does not mean that many people would like them. And since we've done kit subscriptions, I really do have to make sure that the journals I choose are popular themes, or the supplies in them can be used for many different things, like the botanical one. If you didn't make flower journals, you at least could use the supplies for other things. This is a brand new glue stick, and so we get what we get with it. And I started with the white one, and now we have the blue one. I'm just going to kind of quickly go over this because I can't see what has it and what doesn't have it. But at least the white one's done now. I threw it in the trash. I think there should be a way of getting that glue out of the top of the glue stick, because you know how there's always there's some in there, but you can't get it out. I'm going to glue this whole thing with the exception of some of the edge. So anyway, I think there should be a way to get some of that glue out of the top of the glue stick, because it sure seems like for 1.4 ounce, it seems like there's quite a bit in the little top. You would love a tea journal? See, maybe I just needed to know how many people would like it. And I wish we could get to a point where we could jury the kits and decide, everyone could decide together, do you like this theme or do you not like this theme? But unfortunately, anytime we get into that kind of thing, it just is hard. Everyone has their own, preference. And I get that. I totally get that. But anyway, we might visit a tea one. I don't know. It depends on how many people love it. Okay, thank you, Terry. They just came out yesterday, and I'm not stressed. I'm never stressed about the invoices. I'm never stressed about them. It takes weeks and weeks before I'm like, oh, okay. I don't think twice about it because I didn't send them on my normal time and all of that kind of stuff. I'm kind of helping this dry. I didn't send them on my normal day and all that kind of stuff. So I don't stress about it. And I hope that you guys don't stress about it either, especially when it is only a couple of days or whatever. I don't even notice that it's a couple days, to be honest with you. And sometimes you guys will get reminders for invoices. And please know, when you get a reminder for an invoice, those are automated. I do not do them. They're on a schedule. And so you'll get a reminder every so many days, after the invoice is sitting there. And I do click on the reminders and turn them on because everyone, they get the invoice in their email, and your email box is full of all kinds of junk mail and spam mail, and if it's like mine anyway. And so you might miss it. And so the reminders just kind of puts that email back up there in front of your face where you might be able to see it. But please know those are automated. I'm not sending them because I'm stressed about it. It's just automated kind of process that happens. I never get stressed about them. I mean, even the people that don't pay, sometimes it's like a little irritating because you did so much work, but and you wait for me to like print the shipping label and everything else. And instead of just not paying your invoice, you could just reach out and say, I'm not going to be able to pay this, or whatever the case may be, right? But when they wait for me to print a shipping label and pack it and build the invoice, and it just takes so much more work than just, hey, I'm not going to be able to do this kind of a thing. But anyway, it's all right. I'm going to try to cut this even though the glue is wet. I'm going to do it at 6, I think. Cut it good. And then from here, let's go ahead and flip this upside down so I can make some tags. We're going to make, I think we're going to want 3.5. I don't know. Maybe 3.25. We'll go 3.25. And then what can we get out of this? Let's do the 3.5 on this one so I can cut this white bit off. Now, I'm not going to throw this away. This is antique paper glued to cardstock. It will become some kind of little charm or something. I could make a skinny little bookmark or something out of it. So there's the first 2. And then this guy, we can do the same thing with him. He was 3.25. It's antique paper and it's not perfectly square anymore. It's got a hand torn edge. So I'm just doing my best to line this up. And the writing, you know, it was written on paper that was not lined. So the writing is probably crooked. This goes right on the camera cord. Hopefully it's not bumping you guys too much. Don't stress about invoices, seriously. Palette knife to scoop out the glue. The corner of like a credit card would probably work, but then you'd also have to use it like with a credit card or something to smooth it out. Coffee, tea, and chocolate journal. All of the things. It is so funny. Using the wrappers as packaging for ephemera, that would be cool. I know that there are some people who have made things out of like, you know, when you buy like a box of chocolates, you go to C's or whatever and you get chocolate, and they come in those little like, they look like muffin liners. They're little chocolate cups, right? They're not made of chocolate, but they're little brown paper or white paper miniature muffin liners. I don't know how else to explain it. The little things your chocolate come in the box. Well, I have seen people make amazing things out of those and cupcake liners. I haven't made anything with them, but I have saved a couple to do something with. I don't know what I will do with them, but they're saved there. So here's some flowers. Let's see, the fairy I want to use, but you can go there, I guess. I have gigantic flowers. They're too big. They just cover everything. These 2 are out of the running. They're too big. I did want to see some birds somewhere that would need a little more help. There's these birds, and they're kind of like flying everywhere. I kind of like that with the fairy, actually. That would have been great on a page. I want to use the birds, but the birds are too wide for any other tag. We also have these birds. Those are super cute. Let's put them there. Some spring ephemera. This little birdie, he could go here and be in the nature journal, maybe. Nature. He's nature now, not botanical field note. And these are all very, very pretty, like Victorian roses. I love this one. So pretty. Okay, so I think we're using these. So we'll do these 4. A cyclone. Uh-oh. Pam. There are 11 people that have some small stuff in their tote in the shelf, and I still need to invoice them. But everyone else has been invoiced other than those 11. Those 11, they didn't have a kit, and it's just a small little pile of thingies. I was going to do it today, in all honesty, and then the day got away from me. I will do it tomorrow. Look for your invoice tomorrow. That could actually be back behind there. It's kind of blue. I don't think it's coming through blue on camera, but it is blue. I feel like we've gotten really washed out again with the camera settings, so let me bump that down a little bit. There we go. Better or too dark? I don't know. At least you can see a little bit of the blue color, because it's like blue. You can't really see it at all. Anyway, I found that in the stash. That's there. We need some book page, music, book page and music. This music I really do not like to use. So this book page is great, but it's very white. I want something that's going to bring some creaminess, some creamy, warm color to this. This handwriting is on a page that is extremely white. And so I want to use something that's more creamy. Like these are more creamy, more ivory in color. Here's a little dictionary that is creamy and some book page. And this book page. Okay, let's get going with these then. I don't like this. It's a Tim Holtz piece of ephemera, and it's great, but it's just not what I'm looking for right there. I'm going to put this there. So that going off the page right there. And then her right there. It's very simple, but I do like it. So let's do that on that one. And then this guy, let's go ahead and do this on here as well, I think. And then this one, I think this was supposed to go in a signature at some point. This one is harder because the page is short. So we're going to have to be very strategic in how we use that. That might be okay. Maybe it needs to come up from the bottom instead of the top. Yes. Better. I'll make that work. Okay, so there's that one. And then do we want music on that one? I do. Maybe this little piece. Let's try to tear this one and make it a little piece. So I think we've made a little pile of ephemera out of just sitting here doing nothing. I'm going to finish some journals for some people. Those need finished. And I'm going to send some invoices, and we're doing a little bit of other things behind the scenes. This needs to go back there somewhere. or maybe at the top, but there's that one. So those two. Now we've got this guy here. I don't know what is Switch Plus. The die cutting machine. What is the Switch? Oh, the Gemini. I have the Gemini now, but I mostly use Anna Griffin ones. Bad storms. Uh-oh. Goodness, guys. Be safe out there. Goodness. I really love the Anna Griffin one, the Anna Griffin die cutting machine. I have the Gemini, the regular straight Gemini, not the Gemini Junior, and I used to think the Gemini was just the best out there. But I got the Anna Griffin ones because I have a lot of Anna Griffin dies, and they're very intricate dies. And the Gemini doesn't do as well with those intricate dies as I wanted it to. So then I got the Anna Griffin one, and I have all three Anna Griffin ones now because they give the perfect pressure for those intricate dies. So their machine of choice may vary depending on exactly what you're cutting, what you're doing, you know. But for the intricacy, I don't think you're going to beat the Anna Griffin machine. I'm going to do that on there. I think we're good with those. Yeah, let's do that. And then we'll add some labels. So I'm just going to stack these up quick to give myself a little more room. And we're going to glue one at a time. I'm hoping you guys can see in camera. Okay. These are German scrap. I have them coming, but they are not here yet. So in the next few weeks, hopefully, they take a good 6 to 8. Oops, 6 to 8. Just did that. 6 to 8 weeks to get here from Germany. So they're coming. They come in sheets, and you just kind of cut the little connecty bits. So it's kind of like a die cutting, not a die cutting, a fussy cutting cheat. They're great. So I'm going to try to piece this back together. Did okay. Not perfect, but okay. And then for these, I'm just going to use our glitter glue. And I didn't ink around these. I don't think that they need it. But they're embossed German scrap. So the antique scrap that you find in those antique beautiful scrapbooks, that's what these are. That's where they come from. They're just still making them in Germany. They've been making them since, the Victorian times. It's the same factory. Some of the dyes and the machinery that they use to make them are still the same too. They're just really, really good quality, and you don't have to fussy cut the whole little thing. It's just, I don't have a sheet here, but you just cut the little connecty bits that connect them. It's just like a couple little snip snip, and you have a beautiful, delicate, rose or something out of there. Like that's the little birdie so far. Obviously they'll get a label, but I'm pretty much doing a label on everything now. I've been doing that for so long, and it's just hard to go away from doing a label. It doesn't have to be like a label. Sometimes it's just like a piece of music paper that I've torn into a label shape, or a piece of handwriting that I've torn into a label shape. Does anyone have any questions about anything that I was saying or talking about today? If you do, you can reach out privately. I know I mentioned something to answer somebody's question, and I hope that answers everybody's question regarding that. A couple of you have reached out and mentioned something to me, and I do my best to, answer everything. But if you guys still have a question, type it in or message me if you want to, if it's something private or whatever, afterwards. That's good too. Yeah, I can't do much of the hand cranky ones anymore either. This guy does need a little ink around him. He just kind of blends into the background. Christmas in July journal? That would be an awesome idea. I wonder how many people would also agree with that. Some people cannot, they literally just refuse to make it until it gets closer. I am all for the Christmas in July because I have to make so many journals for Christmas. That just gets me that much closer to, having the correct number of journals that's required. So I'm all for it, but I don't know how many other people would be. I honestly had planned some French farmhouse for this summer, so we might be doing French farmhouse in July. We'll see. If Jennifer Miller is here or was watching at any point, the French farmhouse that I've been talking about doing is the one that I'm thinking of for this summer. So she and I think we're going to make some French farmhouse journals, or at least we had talked about it at one point. I don't need to glue this whole thing, but I do want to glue most of it. Oops. This one's a little fragile. Was it on this side, hopefully? I hope it was. And then this guy was going here, I think. Okay. This guy also needs a little ink. The French farmhouse would be good for us because that's one where obviously it's easy for us. we like the French thing. That's why we're here. This guy needs some ink, and so I brought it in here. I'm going to take a second and do it. So I use the oxide pad. Most of you guys know that. The Distress Tim Holtz oxide ink pad. And I ink mine to death because you can't really over ink it. It just speeds up the process of having to stop and ink it again. I really love how after you add the oxide to the top of the pad, it comes out a little like gold. So I will continue to add this ink until it stops sucking it in. And whenever you feel like you're not getting enough ink, like it's harder to ink your little dauber thing, you got to stop and re-ink your pad. So that's where we're at right now. Will I be doing vintage ladies? Meaning like a journal of vintage ladies? Possibly, like as a theme, just vintage ladies? Possibly. We do vintage ladies as ephemera a lot, or at least I do. So I don't know, I don't have that thought in my head of a whole journal of it, but Cuttlebug was an awesome machine, Rebecca. That Cuttlebug will cut through everything, right? I still have one. Somewhere around here, I still have one, and I still have the original, a whole brand new set of the pads for it. If anyone ever needs Cuttlebug pads, the original ones. I have that in the extended plate. I don't use the Cuddle Bug anymore, but for some reason I kept it. It was so good. I just hesitated to get rid of it. It was such a good machine. I love it. Vintage Ladies, Gone with the Wind, all good themes, but I mean, I don't have the specific ideas. You guys can tell me, but I don't have that specific, plan in my head at the moment. So this is going to be super inky, which is good because these guys need it. But when I do the oxide, it kind of comes out gold after you ink it, which I love. Okay, so there's that. That's all absorbing nicely in there. And let's go ahead and glue this on. Yeah, kind of work it in there. Yeah. I just ink it until it stops taking the ink. I've never really had a problem with them. My original Tim Holtz ink pads, I had the original set, and they still were not dried out. I have since then got new ones only because the original ones, the felt pad is different than the new felt pad, and it kind of gets, if you use it a lot, if it's a color that you use a lot, the old felt pads kind of started to get like your little dauber does, your little ink dauber, where there's a lot of ink, little grit, the little sandy bits that fall off. I don't know. This little thing, when you get crumbs, the original ink pad started to do that. So I got new ones when they were on sale for Black Friday. And I also got the sprays I was looking for, even though I really should not have bought them for myself, but I do use my supplies an awful lot. And so I guess I'm okay with the fact that I did spend that money, but it was kind of expensive, kind of was extravagant to get that. But I really did need them. And I do use my supplies on camera and videos and for a lot of different things. So I'm kind of roughing up that straight edge at the bottom and just pulled off some little bits of it. So there's that. That's good. It needs inked around. Now we have this lady. Oops. Need to not throw that in the trash. Don't throw, this was supposed to go on there too and I forgot it. Don't throw your little pin in the trash can. No, don't do it. Okay, there's that. 20s fashion ladies, roaring 20s. You inherited the machine, no pads though? Oh, Debbie, reach out to me. They're somewhere. I don't know where they are, but they're somewhere. I have bins and bins of things somewhere. I definitely have the extended ones, a full brand new set of the extended ones, and a full brand new set of the traditional pads, as well as my regular, the Cuddle Bug and the pads I was using. Now the pads I was using are definitely, see, I can't get it on now. I can't get it on there because I didn't put it on first. It's okay. I kind of like it the way it is. Maybe just right there. I guess. We're going to go right there. After all of that, we're going to go right there. And I'm going to save that little bit. Okay, so we got one more little piece here. One more little piece. Let's glue this down. So what other themes do you guys want? It's good information for me to know. Even if it's not a theme that you maybe want me to do a journal kit of, what kind of themes do you guys want me to do a digital kit of? What themes in general do you guys want? Is there a theme that you guys feel like there isn't enough of out there? I'm using you for market research right now. Perfection. All right, so there's that. Our little fairy does not need inked, but she does need glued. I would love to get Christmas going early. Traditions around the world, winter sports with travel, awesome. The seasons all in one kit. Okay, these are good suggestions, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. I tend to do like very, floral, beautiful French, I don't know, whatever. And so it's really good to have you guys pop in there and give me different ideas. This little fairy is super cute. She comes on a sheet of little fairies. And again, I forgot to put this on. So that'll be fun for me. I really wish that I would not have forgotten to put that on there. And it's art glitter. So it is on. When it is on, it is on. So now we will trim some off. It's kind of cut straight up here at the top. Okay, and we'll give that just a little bit of ink. And I think we're going to stick it here. Yep, okay, so there's that. Do you guys have good neighbors that you're like super happy with? Because I have a neighbor right now who's driving me crazy. I'm glad that this camera and this mic blurs out background noises for the most part. Because my neighbors are outside and they're not using appropriate language. So I'm hoping you guys cannot hear that. But that is not in my house. That has nothing to do with me. Yeah. Sometimes. I'm pretty sure they're moving out. I'm not entirely sure, but there has been a U-Haul parked in their driveway for a couple of days. I don't know what's going on over there. There was a whole series of things that I don't know what happened, but something happened over there. Something. There was a loud like truck out there one day. This is the neighbor directly next to me. There was a loud truck out there one day, and so I looked out the front window to see what that was, and it was ambulance, fire truck, and policeman. And so, obviously I hope everything was okay, but so that happened one day, and then the following day, there was a tow truck at 11 p.m. dropping off the person who lives there's car. And it hadn't been in an accident or anything. The tow truck had dropped off her car and put it into her driveway. So I don't know if it broke down or what, but this had actually happened a couple of times since these people lived there. The house is a rental house. And so since the people have lived there, that tow truck has brought that car home several times. And so I don't know if it's just a super unreliable car or what. And so, that happened. Then the next day the tow truck brought the car, and then it's only been 3 or 4 days. The police have been there twice, and now there's a U-Haul. So I'm not sure what's happening, but something probably not great is happening over there. Like maybe domestic stuff. I'm not really sure, but it looks like somebody is moving out maybe. Everyone needs a house, right? And so when I say rental house, I don't mean it like it sounds, but this house, because I've lived here a long time, But this house, every time they get a renter in there, it hasn't gone well. So I don't know if I told you guys this story, but one time my son and I, this was a couple years ago, maybe 4, um, my son and I were just, in our house doing our normal stuff. And then we hear a very loud, like man screaming through what sounds like a bullhorn or something. And he's screaming, um, come out with your hands up. And I was in this room, and this room is in the front of the house, and my son was in the room next to me, and he heard it too. And it was so loud, I thought maybe they were screaming at us. It was so loud. And so like I kind of peeked out the little peephole, and there were policemen everywhere, and I could just hear them screaming over and over again, come out with your hands up, come out with your hands up. And I was starting to like freak out because I didn't know what's happening. And then they yelled for somebody's name, like a man's name, come out with your hands up. And I was like, okay, well, that person's not here. So it's obviously not us. But when you looked out the people, there were just policemen everywhere. And so I just kind of like hid because I didn't know what was happening. And apparently the neighbor that was living in that rental house at the time had some warrants, and they came to arrest him. And apparently, they were a little afraid or whatever, because they didn't just like go up to the door, like, not that they could with warrants or whatever. I don't know how it works, but they apparently had to use a bullhorn to get the guy to come out, and they were yelling for a long time before he actually came out. And I was like, are they going to come and get us and evacuate us? Like, I don't know what's going to happen. It was just like a couple of instances like that, because that's not even the only incident, because the people before them also had police activity. So I don't know, but that's what it is over there. I don't know. Maybe the house is just like not a great house or something. It's just got bad mojo. I don't know. None of these labels are fitting exactly where I want them to fit. They're kind of like the wrong size. This one I think might work here. City Christmas, Rural Christmas, French ephemera, awesome. I think the neighborhood is changing quite a bit, and I would like to move. So, it is just what it is. It's getting built up a lot more. We're living on the edge of the city, and it's getting built up a lot more. It's less quiet, less secluded, I guess. I don't know. It's just people got to live where they got to live, and there's always some drama, I guess, right? So it is what it is. Okay, so this is what we've got. What do you guys think? Should I move the labels? Are we happy with them there? I don't know, that they just kind of look out of place to me. Maybe these are postage stamp situations. Like, I think he's the best looking, but this one, I don't know if I love it there, and I don't know if I love that one there. I don't know. You guys tell me. Love the bird one. Okay. Norman Rockwell Christmas. I think that house just must have bad like karma or something. I don't know. Because ever since I've lived here, it's never been occupied by like non-police activity people. I just feel bad for the police. They have to come often, like they got a hard job. Walking the dog, I found that too, Karen. I found that too. You meet so many of your neighbors that you've never even seen before until you're walking your dog, because they're walking their dog or they're outside or whatever. So dogs are great for meeting people. I don't know, because they brought her car back, Rebecca. So I don't know, but it keeps happening, because it has literally happened a lot, and they usually come late at night and bring her car back. So maybe it's just really unreliable, or something happens to her and she's unable to drive it or something. I don't know. See, I think maybe I just need to move, guys. Special Uber. I don't know. Back the labels with another paper. I think that would help because some of them are a little bit too small. Like this guy, I think we could back him with something. This one is too big for here. But yeah, if I put the little one here, it's diminutive. So it doesn't work there. I don't know. This is where we're at, though. I mean, they're okay. They're just not my favorite right here. And I don't really have any other ones other than plain ones. Like it's not cut out yet. Maybe the plain one works. The one that I don't cut out is always the one that we need. So anyway, that's my neighbor situation. I have only met them. It's a woman and her son, kind of a situation like me. But there is somebody else that lives there. I don't know who that person is. I've never seen them. But when I met the woman, I met her because her tree in the tree in the front yard needed trimmed really bad, and we had a bad storm and the tree branch broke off and the tree branch fell into across my driveway and into my yard. And the tree branch, I don't have trees in my front yard. I have cactuses and rocks because I'm in Arizona. But the tree, there's no other tree like her tree anywhere else. And the tree branch came from her tree. You can look up in the tree and see where it broke off. There's a huge broken off, like freshly broken off branch. So the tree branch was laying in my driveway, and I didn't know it had happened until I went to leave my house. And so I saw it there, and it was really, really big tree branch. I couldn't drag it by myself. So I did go because I needed to leave. I had an appointment and I needed to leave. So I did go over and I knocked on the door and nobody came to the door. And so I waited for a little while and I was trying to get my son to come and help me drag this tree branch out. And we finally moved it out of the driveway enough to where I could get the car around by driving into my yard to go around it. So that worked okay and I was able to leave. And then I kind of left the tree branch just as far as I could drag it, right? It wasn't really drug all the way out of the yard or anything. But so yeah, the tree branch stayed there. And then I got a letter from the HOA because I live in an HOA neighborhood, and they said you need to clean up your tree branch. And I don't have a way of cleaning up a huge tree branch. I don't have a chainsaw. Like, it's not my tree branch either, but I don't have a way of dealing with it. So when I got the letter, because I had already gone over there twice, I think, by this point, and I went over there to ring the doorbell again, and she was there and she came out, and I was asking her about the tree branch and to see if maybe they could move it, or since she's a renter, you could call the property management company and see if maybe they could come and take care of it, because it was a big enough branch where you're going to need a wood chipper. You're not going to just cut this up, like it's not going to go anywhere. So anyway, eventually she came out and she was like, yeah, it's not my tree branch. And I'm like, well, here's where it broke off from your tree. It was laying across the driveway. Your house is literally the only house that's on that side of me. I have no trees. There's no trees anywhere across the street or anywhere where this huge branch could come from. And I showed her up in the tree where it broke off because it's like right underneath of it, like where the tree branch is. And so we were having this conversation and I was kind of like, I can't believe that you're actually saying it's not your tree branch. And so I asked her, I'm like, well, maybe you just call the property management company, your landlord or whoever, and maybe they'll come out and take care of it. And she's like, well, is it a city tree? And I'm like, what do you mean a city tree? Like, I don't understand a city tree. She says, well, do these trees and stuff belong to the city? And I said, no, it's a tree in your front yard. it belongs to the homeowner, and you'll have to check your lease and see if you're responsible for the landscaping part of it and stuff. I don't know if you are or not, but you'll have to check that and see if it's your responsibility or if it's the landlord's responsibility. I don't know. You'll have to check that. She says, well, again, it's not my tree branch. And I'm like, it's clearly your tree branch. It's the same species. There's a tree branch that looks exactly like it right there. Like, it's the same tree branch. It came from your tree. By then I was just like astounded that she's gonna stand there and tell me it's not her tree branch. And so eventually it sat there, and it sat in my front yard, and I just told the HOA, look, it's not my tree branch. I guess, if I have to hire somebody, that's fine, but I think you guys should be handling this for me. So the lady at the HOA said fine, that she would, make a record of it. And then about 2 months later, somebody came with a wood chipper and cleaned up that tree branch. And I don't know who it was or who paid for them, but that tree branch sat in my yard, and my landscaper every single time was like, this is too big for me to take. I can't take this. And I'm like, I know. It just has to sit there. Let's just say, maybe it's time for me to move. Maybe I need to move somewhere where I have more space in between me and neighbors. Because maybe the problem is me, and that I don't know, you know, when a tree branch breaks off of a tree and you look up and you see the huge broken branch in the tree and you see the tree branch directly under that. Maybe it's me, then I don't realize that. In my mind, that's 2 and 2 plus 4 or equals 4, but apparently not in everybody's mind. It was just kind of comical. I still laugh about it. She is now known as the not my tree branch lady. Sorry, guys. It's just funny. So these are these ones, and they could be cut into tags. So I'm going to leave them right now because I don't know if I want them journal cards or tags. But they could easily be cut into tags. I would love a little label, but maybe a pink one or something. And then I really ended up liking this one with this little label down here. I'm falling out of my chair. I'm falling out of my chair. Anyway, the thought of moving for me is especially awful because I have so much stuff, but like paper and stuff like that, that part of it kind of scares me. Like, how will that go? But plus physically, like, I know I'm not going to be like when we moved into this house, I was able to do everything myself. Like, not the furniture, obviously, because it's just one person, but all the packing, all the unpacking, like, and I moved a lot of boxes and small stuff. But we did have movers for the furniture and big things because I'm just one person. I'm not able to do that, I'm a very small person. I'm not very tall. I'm not very strong. Like, I'm very small. I'm short, stubby. Yeah. So anyway, I'm just kind of scared about how that process is going to go because that was a long time ago, and physically I'm not the same. Like, I'm older and I don't have the strength anymore either. So we're probably just going to have to use movers for like everything, which I don't know what movers are costing right now, but I am imagining they're probably pretty expensive because everything is more expensive, right? So there's those. I do like them better inked around. Happy I did that. Okay, well, let's look at what we did. Let's look at what we did. And where is well, I don't know, but anyway. I was looking for something to show you guys, but I don't know where it is. So there's these. This is kind of cute. It just ended up there. There's those, and they're on coffee dye. They're not inked around the back, but this one got a little bit smudgy. It's okay. I love the birds in those ones. And then we did mushrooms. They're curling, but we did mushrooms. And I think, even just like a little Tim Holtz little word or something down here would be cute. We did that one and that one. There's another mushroom. I'm like, I know we did 3. Here's the other one. Again, like just one little theme right here. Maybe even a little label. Not those ones, but a label. And then we did these. We just made some random stuff. And basically we chit-chatted for 4.5 hours. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. It was a good distraction from things happening. So these all need put under a mat or rubber banded together so that they stop curling. But we made some little ephemera, and just sitting down and chatting with friends like this and crafting is my favorite. I wish that we could just do this more often. You know, my hairdresser just said that she's looking at moving into a patio home. Yep, because she is coming from a situation where she's living with a bunch of roommates and she doesn't like her roommates. But she's thinking of a patio home. And I was thinking, you know, if I could get away with living in a small house with all of the stuff that I have to have, I would definitely do it. I love having the desert landscaping in the front because before when we had grass, but it was basically just sucking out water. I'm going to switch the camera back around. The grass was basically sucking up water and wasting water. Nobody ever used it. While it does look nice and it's nice for the neighborhood, it was more expensive to maintain and just kind of a waste of water. So I am happy that this house has the desert landscaping, and we actually have desert landscaping in the back also, which is not so great with the dog, but she's gotten used to it now. And so you can have like fire pit back there and, chairs and stuff to sit around. But I honestly don't spend a whole lot of time outside because I'm allergic to the sun. When I say allergic to the sun, I mean if I go in the sun and even driving, if I have my hands up at the top of the steering wheel, I will get the rash all over me. So I will get rash when I'm in the sun. And it's not just like a normal rash, it's a very specific sun pinpointy rash. It's kind of itchy and uncomfortable. Anyway, I don't spend a lot of time outside for that reason. It's not great to be in the sun anyway, but it's what it is. Vale, retirement division. Ooh, that would be fun. Very fun. So that's a good size patio home. Yeah, definitely. I love grass and I would love to have that, but I'm not really into maintaining yard at this point. I'm not one to go out there and mow the grass anymore. I think I'm past that stage of my life where I can't do it. Because you guys gotta remember, like, and I know a lot of you are in the same situation where it's just you, but as a woman and it's just me, there's just certain things where I would like to have them, but I know that I'm getting older and I'm getting to the point where some of that stuff that I used to do when I was younger is harder, like yard work and mowing grass. And I bring up the single part because, if you're married, usually you're not the person who's doing those things. Car maintenance, house maintenance, all kinds of things, but is what it is. I think mine is probably lupus, but they'll figure it out eventually. Thank you, Catherine. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you guys being here. The model homes are gorgeous. See, I cannot allow myself to tour a model home because if I did tour a model home, I would definitely be moving right now. This house was built in 2011, I believe, and we've done a lot of things to it, obviously, over the years to keep it looking nice. I mean, it's a nice house, but it is a little small to run a business out of this house. So eventually we will move. More so because of neighbors and just it's not really a good fit for us anymore. We moved here because it was on the outskirts of town, and now the town has it's no longer the outskirts of town. They're building construction everywhere. The traffic is terrible because it's construction. They built 2 million new homes in our area. They've scheduled and did permits for 2 million new homes in my area, which is a very small area. And it's just growing, and there are new home developments everywhere around me. It's just growing and growing so much that I don't know. I want more peace and quiet. I think we should move somewhere more rural, which in Arizona, I don't know where that would be. I want to be adjacent to cities so that I can do medical services and things like that, but I don't want to be in the city and I don't want all that traffic. Right now, it takes me a good 45 minutes to get to anything because of traffic. And it's where I live, the roads are always under construction, but they're so far behind how, like if they widen a road, they're so far behind. They should have widened it 4 lanes instead of widened it 2 lanes because there's just not enough there's not enough space. The cars just back up because of space. Anyway, I'm sure you guys deal with a lot of things like that too. Rock garden, that sounds awesome. Everything has grown so much out here, and it's because after COVID or during COVID or whatever, I mean, for many years everything has been coming here, right? Arizona has 60% of people who live in Arizona are not from Arizona, which is a very high number for that proportion. Normally you have a much higher population of residents who have lived there, like their families are from there, that kind of a thing. But 60% of Arizonans come from somewhere else recently. Like this is the first generation they've lived in Arizona. And so it's a lot of people coming here for a lot of different reasons, I guess, weather and all that kind of stuff. But it's very expensive. A normal basic house is $500,000. To get a nice house, you're a million plus. To get, a 3,500 square foot home that is a normal basic house is $1 million. It's ridiculous how expensive things have gotten here. So I think, maybe at some point cashing out and moving somewhere more rural would be a good idea. You get grumpy, Shelly? I know, traffic and heat. Oh, Amy, it's fine. I just brought all that up because they were out there. Maybe they're loading that U-Haul and something wasn't going right or whatever. I don't know. But awesome, guys. A patio home. Did anyone explain to Jody what's a patio home? So I would define it as a home that shares a wall with another home. Like in where I live, there are two houses that share one wall. So they're connected in the middle down one wall, and then there's a house on the left and a house on the right that's still together like this. They have their own driveways, their own garages, their own whatever, their own yards, but they share one wall. Some people have a different definition, but for what I see here in Arizona, a patio home is that. Now a condo I think would be more like an apartment complex that the renters there are not renters, they're homeowners. So condos, they can be anything probably, but in where I live, mostly condos are basically apartments that people own. Patio homes are usually closer to a single family home, except for they share like one wall kind of a situation. Distraction. Duplex. Okay, perfect. Great. Townhomes, yep. I don't know what I don't I don't know what exactly is the definitive what is what, but in my area that's what we call them. Duplex also. Although I don't hear duplex very much, but maybe it's just because it's Arizona and like everyone's thinking about patios here. I don't know. I don't know. All right, guys. Well, this was Tuesday. It wasn't a live sale. We won't have anything tomorrow. Like I said last week, we were going to do sales today and tomorrow, but we're not. I'm going to take this week off to regroup and get everything running smooth because my daughter's getting married in the near future. And then after the wedding, I'll have done some things and made some changes. I've told you guys already what some of those changes are going to be. So, hopefully when we come back from this week, I don't know if I'll sell next week yet or not. We'll have to wait and see. But when I come back, there'll be some changes and we'll do some things a little different. Older definition? I have no idea. Somebody in here is probably a real estate agent or has been a real estate agent in their life. I know lots of real estate agents. They start out or they finish their careers or their working lives as real estate agents. It's kind of one of those jobs where so many people have done it at some point of their life. It would be too hard to sell and then know that I would not be able to process or pack or ship it until after the wedding. So I just want to be clear. That's the reason why, is I don't want to sell and then have to sit here stressing about, I need to invoice everybody, I need to pack and ship, because even if I told you guys I'm going to sell tonight, but I'm not going to invoice you for 2 weeks, I would get a million emails saying, where's my invoice? Because not everybody watches everything, or not everybody hears the instructions or at the end or whatever. So it's just better to not do it. And then I won't, have to stress about it. And then when I do sell, I'll be here to process. Now, I will be here in town the entire time. I will be here Friday. We will make the mini journals. I will be working here. So if somebody needs something, reach out. Everybody's stuff is going and leaving. So you guys will have plenty of time to get your kits before we do the first botanical field note journal next Friday. So a week from this Friday, we'll start that. Everyone should have it by then. Shipping should be fine. If for some reason you don't, we can talk about it, but mostly everyone will. And then, I don't know. We'll do a sale eventually. I don't know. Too much stuff in too little time. That's kind of what it's becoming, because in the beginning, she said she wanted a very small wedding. And I'm sure those of you with daughters who have gotten married before can sympathize with me. But when your daughter says, I want a very small wedding, I want a very small wedding, and plans a very small wedding and signs up for a very small wedding for every little thing, and then eventually tells you, well, you know how I said I didn't want that, and you know how I said I didn't want this? Well, I now want this. And there's all these extra people. That's what I have been dealing with behind the scenes for weeks now. She's pregnant. It's a one-time wedding and she wants to get it right. And I understand that, which is why I'm totally, I'm on board. There are things I wanted that I suggested to her that she said she didn't want. And now she says she does want. So I have been kind of pulling my hair out behind the scenes, trying to make my daughter happy, get it all organized and done, even though we do have a wedding planner we're paying for. But, some things moms just got to do. So that's what it is. Aw, Soldier Mom. The mini is made from, hello, Kim, first of all. The mini journals are made from greeting cards. I'm using the Italian stationery greeting cards. You might have some. I don't remember if you do or you don't, but I'm just using greeting cards for the covers. If you don't have any greeting cards that you want to use, you can use a piece of cardstock and we'll decorate it from there. You could print a digital on cardstock and use that too. So we'll all be good. We'll all have supplies for this one way or another. Even a junk mail. You know how sometimes you get in the junk mail, you get a large postcard. You could fold that in half and use that as your cover. Oh, I'm okay. Like, I've got it now, but until she throws another curveball at me. But for now, I've got it. The other part is, mom pays for everything for the wedding. And even though she has a father, mom pays for everything for the wedding. Mom has always paid for everything for her children. That's just the situation that I'm in, which is part of the reason why I'm divorced. So it's just a lot. And so, I'll be happy when she is settled and she has a great wedding and a great day and all of it goes smoothly and beautiful. And I will be happy when she is happy. That's really what it is I want her to be happy and I want her to have the wedding of her dreams and have everything she wants. And so mom's just making it happen. That's my job. My job is to make sure she's happy. And that's really all that it is. So she'll be good. She'll be happy. Everything's on track now. Lindsay. I think I think you have stuff in your bin in the other room. And so there were 11 people that didn't get invoiced yesterday that I will be invoicing tomorrow. So Lindsay, I believe you have stuff in your bin. I can see your bin in my brain right now, and I think your stuff is sitting in there. So don't stress about it yet. I will look after the live, but more than likely you're going to get your invoice tomorrow because you don't have a kit. You just have stuff in your bin that's been in there. Just a couple little paper things, if I remember right. Somebody has a book, but I don't think it's you. I do love my children, of course. Yep. Well, I just don't want them to start with debt or anything. I can do it. It's fine. It's just, that last little, I don't know, thing to worry about, I guess. Good night, Christelle. Thanks so much for joining. Thanks so much for all of you for joining. I really appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with me. I'll film some videos, so there'll be video in the morning. There'll be video every day. And then the Friday, we're just going to do those little mini journals. And then next week, I will probably be here on Tuesday just to say hello or whatever, or maybe we'll come on and we'll craft again or something just to hang out with you guys. And then next Friday we'll start, so a week from this Friday, we'll start those botanical journals. I know. Can you imagine how much I'm going to spoil? I've been waiting a little while, so I'm definitely going to spoil. I've been very good though. I have been very good to not buy anything because she, she needs to give approval on everything. So I've been very good to not buy cribs and not buy this and not buy that because I'm just waiting to do it with her. And I also have to keep in mind she wants to do some of that with her husband and not with her mother. We'll see how that goes. Good night, guys. Thanks so much for joining. I appreciate you hanging out with me. I will see you guys on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we'll make some cute little mini journals to give away as little gifts or keep or happy mail or whatever. No, she's 29, so we waited a little while. Yes, definitely take care of the storm. Take care of yourself during the storms and all that, the bad weather. It's going to be great. I'll see you again a couple times before she actually gets married. So maybe she'll let me share a picture or something. I'll have to ask about it. We'll see. All right, guys. Thanks so much. We'll see you again soon. Have a great night, and we'll see Friday at 7. Yes, Friday at 7.